Oh, here. I'm here fast. Fast and ready. All right, guys, here we go again. Cluster farming. You know you love it. You love to see it. I'm back on Strand. And, yeah, I've kind of remade the intro to this. Plan is to make this YouTube video again, but I realized last time I did this, between wonky RNG and not tracking properly, I decided to go and redo it with a sample size of 200, not 100. I figured it'd be smarter to do that. So, same setup as before. The only thing I changed is that I actually decided to go significant troves. Realized I didn't need any points here at all. And where else did I pull points? Yeah, I pulled the points on the Delirium boss side. Just didn't seem to matter. I kind of want points back in here, but I don't think... And I had to pull them from somewhere to get this, so yeah. So now we're going to get started kicking things off with the first map out of 200. I'm going to be tracking all 200 of these. They'll be linked in the description below. The full VOD, the Atlas, the Scarab setup, to remind you, all that down, timestamps, everything. And I'm actually going to pick up every single iLevel 84 cluster. I'm using the Omega Strict filter, which will detect every single iLevel 84 cluster. We can 5-to-1 the larges, I think will be worth doing. But I just want to do that for tracking purposes, so you guys can, if you want to compare and contrast your own versions of the strats, you can kind of see where you're at on there. We're going to be timing the runs, of course. And you can see there's icons on the Rogue Exile's head that makes them way easier to spot as kind of a homing beacon that I can just go to. Not all of them, only 50% of them have icons. Quite often they'll be partnered up. One will have an icon and one won't. And that makes it very convenient. I can just kind of find most of the Rogue Exiles. But again, this is Strand, so very easy to just go on through. Smugglers' caches everywhere. And I'm not that concerned about killing every single enemy. I'd like to find every Rogue Exile if I can, but I kind of want to keep this down to maybe 1.5 minutes per map, counting hideout time. I don't really do the lead mechanic much, but I did notice that they're worth, I don't know, at least like 4 or 5 C a piece, so somebody clued me in on that. Maybe it is actually worth picking them up. Probably is for a couple of them, like this one that gave me the ghosted buff early on. And guys, I mean, I know some of you requested me to make videos on Ice Shot of Penetration. It's getting pretty awesome, this build. This is Deep Delirium, by the way. 100% Deli there is what we just saw. And the map is over already. Get the rewards. Maybe see a Delirium Orb. Not this time. Got 58 Simulacrum Splinters. Usually I get between 70 and 100 in most maps, so that one turned out a little bit low, but that's okay. Honestly, I've kind of swapped how I do the maps. I used to focus a little more on full clearing them, but now it's just kind of like, again, quantity over quality approach is better. Delirium rewards or the not Delirium rewards, sorry, the Eldritch rewards can be quite rewarding as well. I got a Price of Devotion somewhat recently from that reward type you just saw. Corrupted Jewelry, I think is what it said. Unique Corrupted Jewelry or Corrupted Jewelry. A Sacred Orb? Okay. I mean, those I don't see very often, but I'm telling you, these Rogue Exiles can produce, wisped or not. When you kill this many of them in this short a time, you're bound to find something over, you know, a long period of time at least. So we'll have to see what the highlights show. Obviously, they will hopefully involve some jackpot clusters. We haven't even seen a Delirium Orb or cluster yet. I get at least 1 cluster per map on average, but the first 2 maps we haven't seen any. They will come, though. They will come. Nice. 3 minutes. There we go. Just needed to get to the third map to find the first cluster. That's what it'll look like. It'll just, if it's not a good cluster, it'll just show up purple like that with the icon. I do have it on the icon on the map in case I'm running past the Rogue Exile and wouldn't have seen it otherwise. Did they buff Abyss yet? I'm not worried about Abyss. Maybe next league. What the hell did I get Sacred Orb before Divine Orb?
Nothing good washes up on this star. This world stems from your action.
There's our first Delirium Orb drop. Remember, that's a 1% chance per unique enemy killed. Kind of hard to believe every blueprint's worth 8 C's right now. Mira's not keeping up with me. Bought a new helmet today. Your fire damage can shock, but not ignite. Mostly solved my shock issues. There's only 2 on the market, though. I don't know how hard it would be to get yourself. It's not like some mandatory mod, though. Just conveniently fixes shock, so I don't need to worry about flat lightning anywhere. Question is, do I Hina Korra lock it? Oh yeah, look at this. How did I not drop anything off of that? Oh, man. That must have been a lot of simulacrum splinters, though. Diviner's Delirium Orbs worth 20C.
Greetings. Keep your life to your own.
Cluster. We got a ruckus map here. Why not Abomination? Because this is the strat that I ought to make a video on. I didn't like how I did the tracking. I realized it would be much better served if I tracked every single cluster drop. Otherwise, people aren't really going to know. 12 passive wand. Well, last league, that was actually worth a lot. Nobody wants wanders now. Yeah, so I intended to make YouTube videos already, but I don't like how I did the tracking. And it was a combination of that, plus I got some really weird RNG. Like, I dropped the Price of Devotion and the Fiend card in 100 maps. It's so ridiculous. And then in the Nightmare map one, I didn't get a single decent cluster. And it was just... RNG was too good on one and not good enough on the other. And the sample sizes are too small, I think. And I didn't track all the clusters. That was the big thing. Not picking up all the clusters. Because if people want to compare and contrast and try to create their own strats, you know, they have a baseline from which they can pull off of with my results. How many cluster jewels did you drop in 200 maps is a nice data point, you know. Suppose I could just kill that guy for the unique kill. But... stack decks. What do you think about Delve? It's a good strategy when you compare it to other meta strats. I've never done Delve, not in any serious way. I know, I believe there are certain people that always do Delve, like Halcyon or whatever, and God, what's his name? I'm forgetting. The guy that always does Delve. The content creator always does Delve. I can't remember his name. I'm not talking about Steve, by the way. I'm not talking about him. Jorgen. Yeah, Jorgen is who I was thinking of. So, they will always have videos out on that. Subtractem even made a video on it this league. Delve is probably really good. between the fact that fossils got upped in value and then apparently resonating crafting synergizes with... Yeah, I took way too many player altars. Yeah, resonator all flame crafting works now. Okay. Nothing to leech off of. What the fuck? I got the nasty chaos damage over time thing. I took like 4 negative player altars in this map. Apparently it's too much. You just see my life falling down. I can... Come on. Leech something, dude. What the fuck? Wow. Okay. This map's actually gonna be hard to finish. I've done like 500 of these maps and never failed one before. But I'm actually about to fail one. Oh my god. The thought of bricking a map didn't even occur to me. I can't even pick it up without dying almost. Imagine that was a dude headhunter. Wow. I'm just gonna get in here. Okay. That sucks, dude. Must have had, like, the double effect of both the chaos damage over time and the minus chaos res. Like negative 94 chaos res, 1200 chaos damage taken or something. That was crazy, the drain that I had to deal with there. Oh well. It's just one map out of 200. I might want to think twice about taking that downside, though. First big cluster is the big one. That's 12 passive minion. That is a 10 divine cluster. Here in the first 10 maps or so. Off to a great start. Jackpot! Ah. Well, that's a nice turnaround. Oh, I forgot to open up my thing. You can type Atlas, exclamation Atlas, or check in the description of the stream.
Nothing good washes up on this dark shore.
Whoa, what? Why is it doing that? Stop. Okay. Lost my chat for a second. Diviner's Delirium Orb. Boom. 20C. Valuable clusters. You can check PoE Ninja for the 84 clusters, but the minion one stands out above the others. Well, there are basically 2 huge ones. It's 3 passive reservation and 12 passive minion. Then coming in at like a single divine is things like 11 passive minion, 12 passive spell. There's like 1 or 2 others, I think. Like 12 passive chaos is up there. I don't know, there are several. One thing I didn't even figure out until recently is how to put these on my filter while... How to put every single cluster on my filter that's eye level 84, but also make them a tink or exciting when you see the big ones. Because I did have them set so they would all show up, but then like they would just all show up as plain drops and it wouldn't actually... I'd have to read them to see, but now, as you could see a second ago, we're seeing every single cluster drop, and we're seeing them differentiated between like the value of the drop. So it comes out as a tink if it is one of the big ones. So that makes it way more enjoyable as a viewer experience, as well as a player experience. But even more so as a viewer experience. You guys are sitting here watching me in the background second monitor or whatever, and you're probably just kind of waiting to hear that, oh my god, I've got the huge cluster drop. You know, it's part of the fun. Whereas before I couldn't even do that. I'd be like, after the whole run is over, I'd be like, oh wow, we dropped 2 big clusters, yay! But not quite as exciting as in the moment. Twitch stream gets my 3rd monitor. Okay, dude. Wow, a Skittering, a Diviner, and another Delirium Unknown. Oh my goodness. Did you guys see the price of the Paranoia Scarab? Delirium and Paranoia is like Delirium reward farming, which is basically the same strat except you're using quadruple Paranoid Scarab and then one of the Neurosis Scarab. That strat costs you, is a starting point of like 50 chaos per map. Just in the Scarab fees. It's kind of wild. Oh, almost missed that. Big exile map. Big smuggler map. I think killing rare Delirious mobs at the end of the map is probably a decent idea. I wonder how many extra splinters this gives. Probably not many. Yeah, it's not gonna be worth doing that. Probably not worth doing. Big Morg says I've been using... You know what? I wanna actually do this. I just wanna see what kind of drops I get. I'm gonna speed run this though. I just want to see if we get like a single divine or whatever. Yeah, you know, I thought I'd run one. Okay, maybe I will do the Wildwoods when they spawn. Thief's Trinket's not worth anything. I mean, there are a lot of rogue exiles on the map. Good colors for exile. Wisp farming too. Is it increasing my cluster drop rate? I've dropped like 4 clusters on this map. Maybe it had effect on Simulacrum Splinters, but I don't think so. I don't know if that's worth it. I did probably do that Wildwood in like 30 seconds flat, but if I knew I would get 4,000 blue every time in 30 seconds, that's it'd probably be worth it. I don't know. I guess I can just speed run the Wildwood when I get it. Not a terrible idea. Because, I mean, even if I get, like... Even if I get, like, blue and purple, that's still decent for Rogue Exiles. Heaps of clusters sell for 20. See, I bet you every single iLevel 84 cluster sells for, like, actually sells for at least, like, 4 or 5. Even though the app won't say it. Wow, okay, what? I want to click this, please. Thank you. Without dying. Preferably. I've noticed a lot of clusters sell for quite a bit. Unfortunately, the cluster market's moderately worse off now than it was like 3 days ago. But the Simulacrum and Deli Orbs are both up since like 3 days ago. And like by not a small margin, so still pretty good. Pretty good farming. Really? Pause timer. What the hell happened there? Map deleted. Wow. I haven't seen that error. I haven't seen that happen in a long time.
The unrighteous will be turned.
Alright, well. Not getting the deli reward sucks, but oh well. 200 maps, right? Is there a list of all the divination distillate? Or I guess it's not divination, but whatever this is. Is there a list of these buffs? The flask. Let me see what they all are. See what my chances of getting a good one are. Here's something I don't know. So, I know that there's a correlation between how many Delirium reward tiles you have and how many Delirium orbs you get at the end. But is there also a correlation with how high the tiles go, how high the count goes, and or how deep Delirium is when you finish? That I don't know the answer. Divination of Pilfering. Nice. I'm starting to warm up to the whole, like, Scarab, using the Scarab tech on this. I think it's actually a good idea. Actually, I didn't check, but I wonder if I lost all of my loot from that one map. I probably, you know, I should just run another map for losing that one. I probably didn't even get the loot from that map. I don't think I looted anything anyway. Didn't I have a night or a map in here? I got DC'd midway through one map that didn't drop anything, so I'm actually gonna get my loot back,
Greetings,
so to speak. Tim's went from 30 to 60C last. I did a buy. It's still easy to make your money back per run. Well, okay, I'm curious. What do you make your money back on? I know that you get some clusters, but is it just like the reward rounds, like scarabs and stuff? Like, what's your primary source of currency on a simulacrum? This map felt longer than most. I don't know how that wasn't over 100 splinters. Time I got a fortunate card. I noticed this map was spicier than most. They get one shot much? No, rarely. Because I have bark skin. Which actually turned out to be pretty good. I actually get surprisingly high amount of divines off of this strat, Rogue Exiles. Deadeye will get one shot on this all the time. Even with Headhunter on a strat like this. Deep Delirium Ghosted Exiles, you're gonna get one shot. You should regex your map. So I still have... Like, if I was on a Deadeye, I would definitely be regexing off, like, all damage mods. On 8-mod corrupted maps, like, no damage mods. But I'm running like minus max and gains is extra and all that stuff. Damn, this is a pretty killer Eldritch Pack map. What role do the Rogue Exiles play? Dropping clusters primarily, and delirium orbs. And contrary to popular belief, they actually do drop a lot of loot, especially compared to like the current when factoring in the current state of the game. Their sort of just general drops are not that bad actually. I mean, it's pretty well known that magic mobs, considering how many, like a quantity over quality, and then unique monsters, the quality over quantity, they drop quite a bit of loot. Rare monsters seem to be in kind of the worst condition compared to Leagues Gone Past as far as their raw loot. But just generic ghosted Rogue Exiles, I mean, they're still alright. Especially when I treat them like this. They're basically just... The way I'm running this strat is these Rogue Exiles are just fish food for the build, right? Like I'm treating them as if they're normal monsters, basically, which kind of makes it feel like they're dropping a lot of loot. Bloodline Scarab Giga Broken. Yeah, well, you gotta pay like 220 chaos for one of those. I pay 4 chaos for 5 scarabs on this strat. The total cost of my maps are 8 chaos per map. It's kind of insane. Oh shit, I took the... Alright, I cannot take the minus chaos res map.
approach.
So right, but I'm guessing you're doing breach. I'm aware of that strat, but I'm not aware of it making between A, the time you have to spend in the map, the changes, the ever decreasing amount of raw loot dropping in the game. The investment cost in the strat isn't any less than before. How much currency per hour are you making on that kind of strat? I mean, I get that it's like a lock, mirror, chase strat, but... $40 div per hour? Well, that's a number I've not heard from anybody. I've not heard of anybody making 40 div an hour. Like, formally. I've not even seen anybody formally post 30 div an hour strats other than myself. Which is kind of crazy. But that's kind of surprising. I am planning to visit Breach at some point in this league. With my adrenaline, I'm running the ring. Death Rush. Well, the best right now is probably what Red Vials is doing. Because when he dupes a damnation card, that's equivalent of 4 mirrors. But that will be very short-lived.
Nothing good washes up on this dark shore.
Well, life took over for me. How you been? Degatus? Good. All right. I'm kind of excited. This farm here, we did it a couple days ago, but this is actually, I mean, maybe it's not technically a brand new farm, but from my vantage point, this is a brand new farm that I've never seen or heard of before. It's basically the Delirium Rewards Strand, Delirium Rewards, Paranoia, Scarab farm, but with Rogue Exile, all-in Rogue Exiles for the Deli Orb, to get more Deli Orbs that way, and clusters, iLevel 84 clusters. As well as additional Scarabs, because apparently, you know, Scarab drops are kind of, get a lot of Scarab drops off of Exiles too. Maybe somebody made this farm before, but I've never seen or heard of it. So it's always fun, you know, when you exploring different strats and then you actually come out with something that is legitimately a good strat. Look at that. All these clusters. And the weird thing is, I'm not even sure Paranoia Scarab all in with that will actually drop more Deli Orbs. I'm not even sure it does. Because you get, like, we get fewer Deli Orbs off the reward rounds, like moderately fewer, but then we get, like, all those Deli Orbs off of the Rogue Exiles over time. The 1% static drop rate adds up, you know, when you got, like, 50 plus Exiles on every map.
Azadi values keep me civil, going. It will hurt.
Oh god, I haven't had a Gloom Shrine in a long time. Oh yeah, dude. Replicas. Replica might be worth. Experimented items is the big one, though. Wow, this is gonna go way deep. Straight line strand. Should be careful. I'm killing enemies outside Delirium here. Oh, this map went deeper than any other Delhi map, but I got fewer. Yeah, I got fewer splinters than normal because I killed too many enemies beyond it. Yeah. Well, most of the maps aren't laid out that way. I can't make the mirror go any faster than this. I also got a Gloom Shrine. It was just retardedly fast there, so that's a bit of a fluke. Usually I can't. Usually I'm not that high strung on the map. It was pretty funny though. Item scarabs. Honestly, I see a lot of unique belts on this strat, dude. Might see a Mage Blood or Headhunter. Dude, why the profile you're using a bit different from the guide? Well, I don't really have a guide on like super endgame ice shot, so it's gonna look a little different. Colossal Tower Shield 30%. What? That money? Is it better than Tornado Shot? In some ways, yes. In others, maybe not. But probably in most ways, yes now, because I'm convinced that I'm doing double damage because of the 120% overlap.
Sold something while you were gone.
Greetings. Keep your life to your own.
I gotta see about this shield. $150C.
Nothing good washes up on this dark shore. Be remembered.
So I shot lags less than Tornado shot right from the get-go. And the best thing about it is you don't need to prioritize additional arrows. It makes crafting the bow way easier. It makes crafting the quiver easier. It means you save at least 5 passive points, but more like not 9 passive points. And you're already kind of high-strung for the passive points because you got to go like additional arrows plus tinctures, and it makes it so you got to give up some really powerful passive nodes for bows. Kind of sucks when you got to get both of those things. Lasuus asks that 2 dates on the bow don't help the build. I don't really understand how it works. The 2 dates? The what? I'm gonna need a rephrase on that question. Yeah, I wonder if all the people who got baited into Luminary are as mad at the build makers for doing that to them as they get from me whenever I quote-unquote bait people into builds. What is going on with the mirror, dude? Did I hit something earlier? Oh, I'm just standing on the expedition is the problem. Right. Yeah, additional arrows doesn't really help. That's why the build calls for Eye Shot of Pen into Tornado Shot, because then you upgrade your bow into a better version with additional arrows, and then never look back. That's what the guide is calling for. But if you want to like swap back and forth or swap backwards, then it's kind of weird. I'm not mad at the build maker. Looking full well coming to New Ascendancy that never did.
You've had a sail exile.
Hello.
Yeah, it's just I get so much shit for like baiting people. I did too with the Warden thing. Even in the first league, it came out. I got all kinds of shit for like talking about the Warden. It's amazing Oath of Winter before it even came out, and then you know anyone who wasn't happy with the build, you know. New build bait maker, Warden sucks. It just kind of makes me wonder if everyone else is getting the same shit that I get, even on a New Ascendancy. Because I mean, it's basically a 1-for-1 situation. Except it's not really, because the Warden was actually really strong. Although maybe Luminary is actually really strong too, and everybody's just... Probably should have regexed out 2 additional projectiles. Lance is taking a bunch of crap for his version. Okay, I see. Maybe, maybe people are taking a bunch of crap for it. I think this is the first league that I'm not taking shit for a build that I made in PoE 1. Probably because I didn't really advertise it or push it in a major way. So it was just like that low in popularity. If you go on PoE Ninja and look up Warden, I think it's like the least played Ascendancy in the game right now. Alright, we're gonna do this again. There was a lot of exiles I saw already right off the bat. The converter? Oh my god. What is going on? What the fuck? I wanted to go fast, man. Of course I'm gonna get there. Alright, I'm just gonna convert it over. That's retarded. The converter should be right here. Why is it not here? What in the world, dude? How do I have to waste time like this? How is it? Oh my god, dude. I'm gonna not find the converter. Alright, all in blue. Why Doc in chat, dude? What's up, dude? Yeah, this is definitely a ruckus map. Oh my god. Yeah, I crafted everything. My build this time. I changed my glove and body armor crafts like multiple times in the league. Had a hard time figuring out exactly what I wanted to go for. Well, that definitely didn't pay off. Talk about the Wildwood. I don't get it. Frankly, I don't understand why people get so mad about not thinking for themselves and blame someone else for thinking themselves. Bizarre to me, kids these days.
Nothing good.
Yeah. No doubt. Yo, this is like... Did I play MMO? Hell yeah, I played MMO. I played World of Warcraft. Like a religion. Back in the day. Oh yeah? Wait, what do you mean Classic Plus? There was already Classic Plus. What is there, Classic Plus Plus? Or no, there wasn't Classic, it was just Classic. Oh, so they're remaking Classic? With new content? Oh, how many pluses? Oh shit.
Not belong here.
It comes out in September? I don't know. That'll take over my life if I do that, though. I mean, I'd be quitting PoE basically, but at least for a while. There's no way I can bounce between those. I mean, I would lose like all of my viewers. Listen, man, some of us don't have GoFundMe's to just keep themselves afloat, all right? Some of us can't pull those out of the hat, dude. I don't have a magic trick, all right? Like some people. With my SS plus tier production values and S tier humor. Are you 1 million subscribers yet? What are you doing, man? You should be at 1 million subs. The people hate me. Actually, I know what it is. I know why you're not popular. You got the production value, you got the humor. What you don't have is the shill. You're not shill enough. You gotta be more shill to make money. You gotta throw your integrity in the trash, alright? Then you can make a bunch of money being a content creator. No! The wrong one again. Oof. Dude, see how long I was trying to click that? 3 Scarabs of Paranoia, that's like 40 C, dude. $4 grand? That's like 20 C. Give me that money. Look up. I mean, maybe. The one we want is experimented items. It's like 3D. You could have 3C or 3D. I'd rather have 3D. 3D double D in my face. Like a duped replica blueprint. Or something. Imagine if you could dupe blueprints. Earth, Wind, and Fire, Lionel. You saw the real Earth, Wind, and Fire in concert? Are you kidding me, dude? I got plenty of divination scarabs. Icons. Icons everywhere. I'm too gangster to look at that unique drop behind me. Could be a Mage's Blood, I don't care. Now, if it was a cluster jewel, I would have went back to it. Because I'm tracking it. Current tier scarabs. A mid-tier jackpot, 1 divine, basically. Dang it, I ran past a mirror again. God dang it. How the hell does that keep happening? I'm not even get a proper showing. I'm killing exiles outside of Delirium. Like a moron. Ugh. I finally sold all of my charts in mass. Looks like they're worth about 5C. Some are worth more, but kind of like era level 83 charts are worth 5C. Actually, it depends on the type it is a little bit. Corrupted unique item. Okay, Snoobate me into this strat. What are you doing? If you do the strat, all of your loot dreams will come true. You'll get God-touched rare masks, winged scarabs dropping just like the days of yore, and you're gonna see probably a mirror every other map. Oh, and that mirror will be worth like 2,000 divine, not 500 as well. There you go. Are you baited yet? Are you intensely baited yet? Winged scarabs. I'm bringing back winged scarabs. You know, entire screen, winged scarabs in your face. And don't you dare wake me up from this dream. I saw, speaking of which, I saw Fubgun aired more of his grievances about loot, and yet his second video, I think, about the topic this league. He must be pretty upset about loot. I noticed that scarab dropping a lot. It's not even that uncommon. You don't think he's right? Well, I mean, I think it's just the game evolving this way and that way. He's right. I mean, it's an issue of subjectivity. Like, if you care a lot about ground, like if you hate tile set loot and you love ground loot, yeah, of course it's bad league for you. There are going to be some people who are the other way around. Most notably, people who really detest magic finding they're kind of the opposite. Surgog, probably, for example. I mean, actually, I don't need to say probably. He's gone on record this league saying he feels like he's dropping more loot than ever. Said that early in the league. So I'm sure somebody like him is really happy about the current state of loot. And probably especially happy about the fact that rarity doesn't matter all that much. Rarity on gear. This league. This league, rarity on gear matters less than any league in the past, I guess, because it doesn't even matter. Like, it's not the primary way to farm up uniques. For example. The only time I've been really bummed about the state of loot is whenever they removed Arch Nemesis mods and then removed the whole God Touch thing. Like, that was the most enjoyable state of farming for me. Was the crazy explosions of, which is right in alignment with like raw loot jackpot stuff, but it's not a. I'm not like upset about the current state of loot as opposed to like last league or the league before. To me, they're almost. To me, this has just been a slow-driven trend away from raw loot into more tile set loot, and it just keeps incrementally going in that direction every league, basically. With a couple leagues being setbacks or something, you know, sometimes. Sorry, I don't know why. T17 is auto-modded. On Twitch or whatever thing. Probably because it thinks it's like 17-year-old or something. I don't know. Yeah, that might pause the mirror.
Approach, challenger.
Maybe not if I don't finish it, though.
My mana is gone.
I'm actually seeing a lot of unique belts. I wouldn't be that surprised if I see a Mage Blood or Headhunter in this session.
You are greater than a god. Untouchable.
Three passive reservation, boom. I've found both jackpot clusters already within the first 40 maps. We're on a roll. A freaking roll here. Now I just need the game to not DC and delete my map randomly in the middle of running it. What? Whoa! A second three passive voices, or three passive voices, three passive reservation cluster in the same map? Yo! All right, who's ready? Who's ready for some cluster farming? Holy wow, that's actually really lucky. Guys, we got two of them. Man.
Greetings. Keep your life to your own.
They're worth like 6 div each. Ish. Let's keep this loot train rolling. Who said there's no jackpot loot? What is this about nothing fun to aim for? Gotta have a pretty strong character to blaze through a map like this. Get you some fun jackpot loot. They're worth a lot because they're not easy to farm. Now I just need a replica blueprint. I wonder what the astrolabe... Is the astrolabe reward really good on the top left? Or is it kind of garbage? Somebody probably knows. I meant to kind of look into that, but I really don't want to take the time to mess with that. Especially when it would, like, triple the total investment cost of the Sprat if I ran a single astrolabe. Yeah, I'm in the top left. I guess then it depends on how good the options are on all that. Unique jewels, could that be like unnatural instinct? Dang it. What the? I had Soul Eater and I accidentally clicked that. So, okay, so I remember, like, I think it's bottom left gives you a Faldo box or something. Very often. So, it's probably below average then. But they might have changed the rate on that. I haven't used Astrolabes at all this league.
Approach, challenger.
Maybe it was a bottom right instead? No, I think it was... Well, it was like a Baldo box or Divine Orb, maybe? I don't remember. Oh, it's bottom right is the Baldo box. Okay. Yeah. Bottom right is the one that's good. If the Baldo's box is worth a decent amount, which it usually is at this point. Skittering Delio. Outrunning the damn mirror. Wow, over 1 div each. Yeah, that's really good then. So if you're farming on the bottom right and you're not using those, you should be using them. Because you're like basically guaranteed to make money on top of the juice that you're getting. Raw divvy. Why'd I get that many splinters? I wish I could make the deli mirror expand faster, dude. 8 passive minions. Yeah, that's still value right now. There was a time when every single minion one was more than a divine. Even a freaking 9 passive minion was worth a divine at one point in this league. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with simulacrums. That's one of the reasons why I'm doing this farm, though. Especially, like, this version and not... Like, the higher simulacrums go and the higher deli orbs go, the better this version becomes and the less good the boss rushing version is. Thieves Trinket. I think both are good, though. Like, the Reality Fragment has also gone up by, like, 20C in the last 3 days. And the Awakening Fragment's already crashed, so, like, it's not moving. The Abomination is starting to look a little bit better than it was, even the other day. I also drop Harvest and do this with Beyond and Breach. Oh yeah, the more classic style. I'm guessing a lot of people are running this with the Paranoia setup. I mean, you would... But the problem is that Scarab is really expensive right now. Join Abomination setup. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if that's probably on the cusp of being like a 50 div an hour strat if you rushed it really hard. I mean, it did that last league. Last league it was that. Especially if the fragment ever gets even close to like a full divine in value, which it might at some point this league, it's gonna be crazy. I think the only thing holding it back a little is the Reality Fragment's hasn't broke away like it did last league. Craziest thing about this strat is how freakishly cheap it is.
Nothing good washes up on this dark shore.
Yeah, that's true, actually. So the Nightmare maps were more expensive last league, too, than they are this. Oh, nice. I did get grand. Why is the taming expensive? Because with a tornado shot build, you're usually converting everything to elemental, so you're getting a lot. I mean, the taming is just an exceptionally strong mid-budget ring for any sort of elemental attack build. Anyway. Oh yeah, I mean, okay. In the context of what's meta this league, I guess Luminary using it. And it's, you know, up to 40 all res, which is pretty crazy on a ring. So I mean, it's already the status of like a triple tier 2 resist ring, you know?
My mana is gone.
You know, would I still be able to run Juicy Legion if I swap to this build? This build annihilates Legion. Especially now. One of the only weaknesses of this build versus Legion is the no aim arrows after you've cleared out 95% of the stasis. Sometimes you're stuck waiting because you can't like auto target the remaining one. But even that is like being changed this league. How much damage does strat need? To do it like this, you know, obviously like 100 million DPS to run this fast. Maybe not that much. I should do an Uber Searing Exarch to see where my DPS is actually at compared to 20 shot. I don't even know. I wonder if Red Vials will find another dupe damnation today. Have a manifold ring with I don't remember what manifold is.
Nothing good
70% increased elemental damage with attacks is very low compared to taming. Taming ends up being around 200% increased damage to attacks, effectively. Entry cost 4 to 5 div? I don't know, man. You have to ask him. Somebody asked yesterday about a 2 to 2 div entry cost. Never heard of 4 or 5 div. Why would it cost that much? Pilfering's only like, it's still under 100 C. It's not like plenty. Scarabs are worth a huge amount. I did see that strat they're using. What are they using? They're using Deli Orbs. Divination Chisels. Yeah, that's something that can't be supported very well. Not going to be enough of those to go around. How is taming that much? Well, it's perfectly rolled catalyst that it's 48% increased elemental damage per element on the enemy. You're going to have, in an elemental build, tri-elemental build, automatically have 3. Shock, Chill, and Ignite. And then, you know, most builds can also get freeze on there if they're even remotely cold-based. My build certainly does, so, you know, 4, that's 4. So it's 4 times 48, that's almost 200. You have some special cases like Elemental Hit Spectrum Warden gets Ignite and Scorch. It actually has 5. Potentially. Yeah, I mean, a strat like that should have a crazy entry cost. We're currently farming Rogue Exile Cluster Farm. I am. Are you? You farm, guys. In a world where there's no new farms and no jackpot loot and raw loot's in shambles, Stubay brings the goods with another brand new farm. How about that? Fruit Loop Astrolabe. That's the gayest astrolabe I've ever seen. Fruiting astrolabe. Actually, I'm probably missing loot. Will I be doing Damnation Farm? I mean, probably not. I never do meta farms. I don't do it. With the exception of, like, whatever the meta mirror lock farm is. I mean, I'll do that one, but otherwise, no. I stay away from meta farms. Partially because I don't want to deal with inflated investment costs, partially because I want to come up with my own stuff. It's more fulfilling for me, and obviously smarter as a content creator anyway. Why did I take that over Grands? Well, it's a noob trap if you're a noob and you only have like 1,000 divines. You have to be able to set aside like more than 1,000 divines to give it the proper sample size. Yeah. Maybe that's what you meant, though. I mean, all things considered, it sounds like a great farm. What do you guys think of the mirror prices, though? That's a thing that's blowing my mind. Well, 600. Well, it's gone up then. It was under 500, like, yesterday, I think. Poverty League's even pulling down the mirrors. I crack up when I say Poverty League. I've made more currency per hour than any other league ever, I think. Beginning day 2, I wasn't making any less than like 25 div an hour, and like ever since like day 4 probably, I'm making no less than 30 div an hour, whatever it is I'm farming. Granted, a lot of it had to do with boss rushing, but like, oh my god, so easy. Make crazy currency. And not even need to be lucky, you just like, you just do the thing. You could run like 5 map, you could do like a 5 map sample size. You can make, you're still like virtually guaranteed 30 div an hour. It's just a poverty league for people who are insistent on farming raw loot. Like, that's not the only way to farm loot, so like if you're like dead set on that, then yeah, it's gonna be rough.
My mana is
Pink! Eternal conflict. Yeah. We dude, 70 div an hour to farm cluster. Dude, I know. I know, dude. Oh my god. That shit is insane. Especially if you did like day 2, day 3. Oh my god. I'm telling you though, if they ever bring back a mapping setting where we can use our Atlas in an area level 84 zone, oh my god. We'll be right back. Right back. Take me back. People saying Poverty League a delusional response. What a stupid take. By an account named 50 Mirrors Per Hour. Might be somebody who only plays for the Raw Loot. Kind of a dead giveaway. It's stupid because it just assumes people make it up. Well, people make up a lot of shit on this game. I mean, you don't have to convince me that people make shit up in this game in the community. A freaking enormous amount of people made up the idea that I was out trying to scam people or bait people into, you know, taking a build that they weren't thinking they were getting or something. Bad build. Broken build. You don't have to convince me that people made it up. And it proliferates through the community in an echo chamber. I'm forever convinced. The entire Messiah meme is built off of a ill-conceived clip taken out of context, aka completely made up. It's fun. The meme is literally made up. What the meme was derived from. Shaped the community's opinion about me in a certain way. Completely made up.
Approach, challenger.
I mean, I'm a little jaded, so I'm inclined to believe at the drop of a hat that shit's made up. You have to convince me. You got to do it the other way around for me. You got to try and convince me that something's not made up when it comes to the way the community is perceiving something. I default to it's made up. That's where I'm at mentally. A lot of deli orbs. Man, this strat has some epic flow state to it. I'm not gonna lie. It's hard to beat the flow state of Strand mapping. It's hard to beat that. It definitely more flow than any sort of like boss rushing strat. Yeah, dude. And I'm even taking time to do these for some dumb reason. No, probably shouldn't be. Whew. Yeah, sure. Dark alright. Don't threaten me with a good time. Whatever, I don't need to... Oh, I see. I see what's going on here. Or maybe I don't see. Never mind, I don't see. What is this terrible layout? Just get me out of here then. Jesus.
Witness the star. Mortified.
Dark Gift. Wisped map. I probably won't drop anything. But if I do, we'll have to credit the Wildwood, won't we? Even if it's a cluster, still. I mean, my entire popularity as a content creator is it's literally built on bucking the prevailing sentiment in the community. I became well known in Calandra League when everybody else was dooming and glooming about the state of loot, not far removed from what they're saying now. It's very reminiscent of that time. And I came along and, I don't know, found the loot, I guess. Something to that effect. And it turned a lot of people's opinion around on it. I found that quite fulfilling. To take people's misconceptions about loot, or maybe, you know, just overzealous opinions about it, and either tame them down to make them feel a little better about it, or completely reshape their opinion about it. In other words, I actually get a kick out of witnessing people dooming and glooming and having terrible, you know, being all in the echo chamber and talking about how shit something is, and then I don't take on that persona myself, and I just keep doing what I'm doing, grinding it out and showcasing things that work for me, and people see it and they're like, huh, maybe I was wrong about that, or huh, maybe it's not as bad as I thought, or huh, you know, maybe this could be a fun way to play. That's like literally like the primary motivation that I have for making content outside of making money. If I can make money doing that, I am living in accordance with my, you know, spiritual mission in life. That's what I mean, you know? So I'm always down for a bad time, so to speak, when everyone's talking about how bad it is. That's when I thrive the most. Just by virtue of everyone else checking out and being like, oh, this league sucks. Quit within 1 week. I don't know. Any of you real ones who've been around for a while, you all know this to be true. It really is, like, quite similar to before. In Calandra League, word got out through Snap's group play that loot was dropping at a ratio of roughly 10% of what it was the league before. With no help from Sentinels and the nerfs to Beyond, Abyss, Beyond, Alva strats, it was conventionally like the strongest group play raw loot farms in the first few days of the league, was nerfed to the ground, utterly nerfed. Snap made a video talking about it, a lot like the video Fubgun made yesterday. Very similar sentiment, talking about how terrible the state of loot was. He even used the words tile set loot. I think Snap might have been the first person to ever talk about tile set loot or refer to it that way. And you know, everybody just like checked out of Calandra, even people like Palstron and those people who are normally more neutral toward like the state of loot, completely checked out and talking about how bad it was, referencing Snap's video and the group play, everybody referring to, well, if the group players say it sucks, it must suck because they're the canary in the coal mine. Everybody else just kind of feeds off of what they're doing. So it must be a bad league if they think it's a bad league. It's not going to get any better for me as a solo player. I had already known that box farming at the time, this was back when boxes weren't actually the most popular mainstay farm. I was doing the Enraged Strongbox farming at the time, the Apothecary card, which was the second time it had ever been released, and I was making a bunch of currency raw loot farming through Enraged strong boxes. Kobe Black Mamba made a video on it. It was the first initiation of me getting like a real kick in popularity when he did that. Always appreciate that video he did, giving me the shout out at that time. And then that was followed up with, about a week or two later, the realization that the other part of the doom and gloom was about how it was like a magic find culling bullshit meta league or whatever. And then I was showing like, no, you can be a solo player, make a hybrid, well-balanced build. Just tanky enough, just enough damage, just enough rarity that you actually get some pretty extreme divination, or not divination, divine orb explosions, etc. And so between the Enraged Strongbox apothecary farming and the God Touch farming, I mean, that just blew me up like that league. And all of that took place right after a video just like the one Fubgun gave this previous league. But it was from Snap and his group players instead. Because, you know, instead of testing, like, instead of working off of like Abyss, Beyond, Alva, you know, this time it's all like, well, Abyss or Breach, and, you know, all of it sucks or whatever. Now, I'm not going to sit here and say, well, the loot is definitely, absolutely somewhere hiding in some extreme kind of way, but it's just incredibly familiar to me. It's almost like I'm just taken right back to that time again. I could probably pull up both Snap's video and Fubgun's video, play them side by side, and they would look almost indistinguishable in the sentiment and their overall arguments and everything. Snap was saying things like our group did, you know, here's a screenshot of all the loot we got in a crazy juiced Abyss, as you can see. It was, you know, it's only a tiny fraction of what we got before. While Fubgun's saying, here's all the loot I got in a crazy juiced up Abyss map. And as you can see, it's like almost, this is like exact same talking points, exact same language. I'm just hearing it all over again. Just one is a group player and the other is not. Both of them are like basically all-in raw loot type players, and that's how they get their kicks. Well, at least Fubgun isn't saying like it's impossible to make good currency in a league or something. At least he doesn't say that. But I don't think Snap said that either, actually. Back then. It's a bad league because their strats aren't working. Well, that's part of it. The only way they want to play the game isn't working. Is a more accurate way of saying it. It's a more charitable way of saying it anyway. A well set up Void jackpot is literally 100+ div. Does that require the Divine Orb mod though? Out of curiosity, or is there a way to more consistently hit that? You could slam 12 strong boxes and roll them each for Streamline plus rares. You would get 7 Divine Orbs per box that way, plus the raw loot. I'm trying to think of how much that would actually be. So 7 times 12 plus the raw loot. Yeah, that would be over 100, but you would be rolling boxes like crazy. So there was a way to do it without rolling the boxes, right? With the Spirit Walker Twister build, when switching to the Tangle Tongue, am I supposed to prioritize high crit, high chance roll? Yeah. You get all your crit. Yeah, you go for like the 8% roll, basically perfect roll. And you start getting crit on the passive tree. You can't really do that swap until you have a decent, somewhere around like level 80 or something is when you should focus on that. Beforehand, you won't have enough crit to really justify it. You need some crit on the tree. I didn't even see a guy there. What? Already done over 60 maps. Like it was nothing. Triarthran Scarab. Merc Scarab. Nice. A little late to hit that though. Any video on the bowcraft? No. No. I'm being a little lazy when it comes to making videos on the build this league, since I kind of already made videos on it last league. It's just that this time I'm doing like harder into eye shots, so the bow's different because you don't need additional arrows. It starts with a fracture. You see contempt essences until you hit the rest of the fizz rolls. Shit, I killed a ton of exiles outside Delirium. Then it's lock prefixes, reforge speed until you hit tier 1 attack speed, then lock prefixes, or cannot roll, or can have 3 mods plus lock prefixes, 2 out of 3, double roll through an all flame veiled exalt slam to hit crit or double damage, and then you bench craft the other, or the crit multi-mod like I have, is fine. I'm fighting like nothing but unique enemies, so it made sense for me to do this. Hope that explained it. 184. I had some crazy AoE on that run.
Greetings. Go with courage.
We still haven't hit an experimental blueprint. Not even a quant roll. Nice.
Approach.
Elder Influence, extra unique enemy kills. Replica again. Arm with no omen of light. Yeah. I'm beginning to think the deeper the deli you are, the more likely you are to get deli orbs. Or the more monsters you kill in deeper deli or something. I wouldn't think it'd be programmed that way, but I swear I see more orbs drop. Even though, like, I'll have the same amount of rewards either way. Extra exiles, extra smuggler caches? Is that what this is? Also, the deli mirror not moving again. God. Experiment items. Hey. All right, we got the last jackpot, guys. I got all the things. The small and the big jackpots, both in the blueprints and in the cluster jewels. Feels good, man. Then I get done. Got Ben. Hey, cool. I'm glad I've finally seen somebody doing that. Kind of curious about what you say on it.
My mana is gone.
Nice, you just have trending on better deli orb quantity, even though, yeah. Yeah, I wish I knew the programming on it exactly. I mean, I did notice that when I did deli orbs and like full cleared boss rushing in Fortress, not something I showed on stream, but I did earlier this league. I was getting, in some cases, I was getting like 8 delirium orbs in one map. Because I had like 9 reward tiles with like literal max. And I would kill like, you know, 3 delirium bosses, and the map boss would be like +4 to reward rounds and at the end and stuff. It's kind of sick, right? But such a map could still yield 0 on be like super rare though, get 0 deli orbs and something like that, but it still happened. So it's definitely no guarantee. Pretty heavily RNG layered in there. What is that deceptive ass? Never seen that one. How difficult is the strat to run? It's fairly high difficulty because you're doing deep delirium ghosted rogue exiles en masse, but they're not Titanic and they're not wisped. So they're not like what we used to do, you know, with like, you know, that crazy shit. They're not that hard. But you definitely need contrary to the current sentiment of the community, you need a somewhat aspirational build to do this aspirational farm, you know? I guess. It gives you something to work towards, you know, to be able to do something like this. to clear this farm like you see me doing here, you can't just walk in here with some random ass 100 div build. Like, you're gonna need like 1,000 divines on your build, probably, whatever it is, to just blow through it like this. I have to slow down. I actually go too fast. I overextend the mirror if I'm not careful. See, I've gone too fast. Watch this. The stuff's gonna like show up out of nowhere, maybe. Yeah, see, now that stuff finally showed up. So I overextended the mirror there. So you don't necessarily want to go as fast as I am. Well, I understand in deep detail what's going on. Like, if you see me walk past a Legion and not hit it, there's a reason for that. That pauses the mirror. Running through the Abyssal Zone pauses the mirror. Especially if you if you clear out the area. That map had an Abyssal Zone in the middle. I ran through it, and therefore it clogged up my mirror progression. And, you know, just shitty. Like, I almost have to try to go through an Abyss Zone. I'm testing this now, but I think maybe if I walk through an Abyss Zone and don't kill enemies in there, maybe it won't pause the mirror for more than a split second. A lot of the major League mechanics, if you do them, it pauses the mirror. Got 8 passive, 84 cluster cold. That one is probably barely a tink. I think it's less than a divine, but it's probably like 100 C or something. Not bad drop. One of the most popular 8 passive clusters in the game right now. Hey, look, I'll do a merc. Check it out. I assume that guy can drop a cluster as well. Although I've not confirmed it, actually. That was freaking sick. Need to find a strat to get close to the 100k. If you're boss rushing related, like if you're a build that can move somewhat fast and kill bosses easily, just farm Nightmare maps. Just farm Fortress or Abomination or something. Like, they make tons of currency right now. You literally don't need anything. Like, you can just alch and go those. The strat that I came up with, also, I mean, I feel like it was a pretty good strat that I was doing earlier this league. The Beyond boss rush strat, where you're boss rushing the Beyond bosses and the map boss in Nightmare. It was a really lucrative strat, man. If I took this character's power and did that strat, I would have made 50 divines an hour at the time, when the numbers were more favorable. I've actually already figured out what sort of precursor farm I want to do. I'm basically gonna do that farm on like dunes on a day 1 economy. It's gonna make something like 30 or 40 div an hour on day 1. And I'll use my, I don't know, I'll use something close to my day 1 build, I guess. That might be a little tricky. Tier 0, Karuri Mall. Hey, we have been seeing a lot of unique drops, actually. Not something I talked about, but whether it's from Rogue Exiles or random mobs, we're definitely seeing... I'm paying attention to the belt drops, of course. Look at that, clusters. So many clusters. All right, hold on. I'm gonna make a couple highlights and then take a bathroom break real quick. Actually, I'll wait until we're finished. Halfway point, right?
You have fabricated your entire memory.
I don't know why these things magically started showing up on my filter again. I checked the filter and they're not supposed to show up. Again, like vermilion rings, spiked gloves, etc. I don't know why. That happens every now and then. Usually it fixes itself. I think it's an issue on Filter Blade's side. One nice thing is, I don't think hitting the Smuggler's Cache counts as a major league mechanic for sake of pausing the mirror. Containment's good. Telling you, I wouldn't be surprised if we get a Headhunter or Mageblade. I feel like I probably average 1 tier 0 every 100 to 200 maps of doing this. Like they're common enough, the amount of uniques. Now, I'm not a real rarity character, but I do actually have some rarity on now. I'm running the Flask. And, oh wow, okay, we got a big boy. Divination Scarab drop. There is no such thing as a valueless Divination Scarab in this game. And we got another 12 passive minions. Ooh. Ooh. I'll make freaking bank this map. Comes the money. I want to do Legion so bad, but it's just gonna slow me down, especially when I got a freaking Abyss in the way too. Now watch this, it's probably gonna hit the edge of the mirror here any second. Maybe not though. I went a little bit slower in this map. I gotta make sure I get all the Eldritch minions on this one. What is the point of having Rogue Exiles? You see this Cluster Jewel? This is worth 10 Divine Orbs. Because it's level 80, item level 84 plus. The reason they're on here is because of this. Delirious unique monsters in your maps have a 2% chance to drop an additional Cluster Jewel. Flat. So if we slam like 50 unique enemies onto a map, we're going to get some eye level 84 clusters. Yeah, drop from Rogue Exile. It has to drop from a magic, rare, or unique enemy to be higher than eye level 83. So this strat revolves around slamming as many unique enemies onto the map as you can. And I've went for the all-in Anarchy Scarab setup. I mean, it cost almost nothing, investment-wise, to do that. This is a seriously good money-making strat. My favorite... This really hits the mark on my favorite type of strategy. It's here's what this strat is. It is a it's a high flow state, high consistency earner with some major jackpot random drop potential. And that's not even counting, you know, the chance for tier zeros. It's built-in jackpot potential with the cluster jewels, and it's high consistency with the delirium orbs and simulacrum splinters. Not to mention all the other stuff that you get, like the random divine orb, the random eldritch altar rewards. Yeah, even the damnation farm is pretty hard, the way that you're doing it. Like, you need a very strong character to, like, blaze through the highest version of that with, like, high delirium. Those monsters are... they're not that tanky, but they're rippy. Divination of Plenty. Minute items again. Oh yeah, another 3 div. That was like my 8th smuggler cache of the map or something. This map is really spiced.
Greetings. Till next time, shall we keep, Savior?
How many deli stacks do you normally have at the end? 5 on the first tile, usually. I don't think I ever have 6. If I do, it's super rare. There's barely any content to farm compared to just a year ago. Zealous is the main point I like the league. Would agree with the premise. There's very few farms. I feel like that's short-sighted, though. Let me ask you this, OMG Ben. How many different boss rushing nightmare map farms are you aware of? Ancient Wisdom. Because I've done several different variations of boss rushing in this league, with like all kinds of different scarabs used, and they may all center around boss rushing, but they're all different, and they all got like the spread of loot in the end and the sheet on Wealthy Exile. It looks different every time. It's not just like, oh, the boss fragments are you know, far and away the number one thing, and everything else is like meme-worthy tier loot or something. Hey look, I dropped a high tier currency. That's from the flask. Okay, Ben, I hear you. Obviously, I agree with that. Version. I mean, I'll admit I'm mildly annoyed by just how lucrative boss rushing nightmare maps is, but I see that more as, to me, that's a lot more of an issue of that's a supply and demand issue in the economy, where there's a combination of too many people wanting the loot that comes off uber bosses, which results in more people wanting to farm uber bosses, which should result in more people wanting to farm the uber key fragments off nightmare bosses, but there's a disconnect there where there's just not enough people farming them, and so it becomes like the most lucrative farm. And I could be mistaken in this and assuming that there's a lot of people wanting to do uber bosses. Uber bossing may be like exceptionally lucrative this league. In fact, I've heard that it is. So they might be making a freaking killing, because like, you know, if everybody wants to do high density mapping and like nobody's willing to do uber bossing and stuff, it's gonna freak the economy up really bad. I think that's part of what we're seeing. I think just too many people are diehard about it. It wasn't always that way. I feel like 5 years ago, not everybody was just all about, you know, like triple beyond farming or whatever. A lot of people were, but like it wasn't something that everybody wanted to be doing. Maybe now everybody just thinks like, oh, you have to be doing that or you're doing it wrong. Sanctum. Oh god, Sanctum, yeah. Sanctum broke everybody's mind. I remember. This is why Essence Farm? Yeah. A map or under the sea? Yeah. I mean, this is the reason why I've endeavored to switch from just being a pure bow blasting Andy to being a hybrid blaster bosser capable bow build. This is why I really like the Warden a lot. The 5-year-old version of me playing this game would be playing like, you know, Soul Thirst Deadeye or something, where it's just like you literally cannot do bosses. And you know, you're just stuck doing whatever easy mapping content exists, and then, you know, you feel like shit if the meta is skewed against your favor or something, I guess. But I've evolved. I deliberately make characters now that can handle different kinds of content, so that when the economy unfolds itself before me, I have many options. And maybe one day I'm in the mood to like blast maps, the next day I'm in the mood to boss rush, and like I can just do whatever I want on that build because it's really good at all the things. I could farm Uber Searing Exarch. I could do 1,000 Uber Searing Exarchs on this build if I wanted to. But I never want to do that, so. But it is an option for this build. Now this build can't do like Uber Sirius or even regular Sirius very well. These really intense, like invulnerable phase things, they don't jive too well. Yeah. I gotta stop taking that flask mod, dude. Although I guess it'll slow me down enough where I can't outrun the mirror. God, it's like my 5th replica. From a boss killer's perspective, it's crazy. Okay, I hear you. I don't even have a boss, an actual Uber boss's or boss carry perspective. There are certain ways of playing the game that I don't want to do, and that's one of them. If in some hypothetical world the only way to make currency was to be a bosser, then even I would be kind of disturbed at the state of the game. 2.5 hours for 100 maps. I think. Wait, no. Never mind. That was only 80 maps. Huh? I got ahead of myself. Crap! We gotta do 20 more maps. I'm not qualified to take a break yet. I've got a lot of loot in just 80 maps. What? What is this strat's main moneymaker? If you're unlucky, the answer is simulacrums. If you're lucky, the answer is cluster jewels or uniques. If you score a big tier 0, it could be uniques. Basically, we have very consistent returns in Delirium Orbs, Simulacrum Splinters, and we have jackpot returns in Blueprint, Enchanted Blueprints, and Cluster Jewels. As well as tier 0s, I would say. I mean, I'm seeing enough unique belts here. I think this is genuinely, especially in the current state of the game, this is genuinely a partial tier 0 farm. It's not like a real tier 0 farm, but it's partial. I've seen quite a few. You kill like 50 rogue exiles in a minute, like you're gonna see some unique drops. I don't care how unjuiced the map is. What are the enchanted blueprints? Experimented blueprints are worth 3 divines each. If it's enchanted, you have to be spec'd into it. It requires this mod right here, down here. Blueprints have a 15% chance to have a special implicit. We have a chance to get usually either like 2 or 7 smuggler caches in a map, and they have a pretty high chance. Oh, it's 4 at the moment? It keeps going up then, yeah. Currency, I don't know. Like, fully revealed, non-enchanted fully revealed blueprints are also on the up, too. They've gone up by like 30% in the last day, I noticed. So blueprints are very much on the way up. And I think that's a product of the current state of the economy. People are like desperate for farms to make any kind of amount of currency, so they're like they're realizing things like heisting is better than average, even as like a late in-game farm. Also, the byproduct of removal of synth splitting, or rather splitting beast crafting, has resulted in the special modded experimental bases like simplex amulets to basically, well, there's only half as many of them in the supply, basically. So whatever the demand is this league, it's going to be like twice as high as normal. So more people need to run heists to get the same amount of necks. Otherwise, they're going to be way more expensive, and the more expensive they get, the more people are willing to run heist. Experimental rings are worth a lot too. Actually, a lot of bases that are worth a lot. Now, you couldn't pay me to do heist, but obviously some people are willing to do it. There's massive jackpot potential, and like, I don't know, probably like almost no consistency otherwise.
My mana is gone. I'm not
Yeah, the most expensive one is the one for harvest, I think. Can't you harvest swap them too? So I guess that harvest one is really expensive. Only league to league. What does that mean? Doing Sanctuary Boss Rush with Mercs and Rogue Boxes now? What is Rogue Boxes? I bet you that is good though, yeah. It's like a boss rushing unique tier 0 farm. Yeah, I mean, right, like there's Can't every Astrolabe transform into every other one?
My mana is gone.
Sanctuary has 3 fragments, not 2, though. I thought 2 of them were almost worthless. Maybe they're worth a little bit more. I thought Sanctuary's kick was the gem, or is it not worth anything anymore? Well, the thing about Abomination, I think, is probably it's the most rushable map. If I'm not mistaken. But it's got like the worst layout for anything remotely related to juicing. Two chromatic orbs.
Hello. Journey well.
The boss is... Yeah, as far as averages are concerned, the boss is one of the least time-consuming bosses, too. If you have, like, you know, infinite damage. Fortress is the fastest one, but every other boss has some sort of downtime. What map am I using? We're using Strand. Whoops. Whoops. Clusters and orbs. Divination Scarab, what? Here we go again. Last time I got this mod, I got 12 passive minion cluster right after it. Too much to ask. Funny if those 3 passives. Reservation. What the hell, dude? I've got like 4 clusters on this map. Maybe the cluster drop rate's higher than I initially thought. Yeah, dude, Ziggurat, oh my god. I mean, I can't even run that map. Even with Headhunter, I can't run that map because it's just too much. Ground effects everywhere. I think this character with Bark Skin can well, I mean, I know it can pull it off because I had to do it for Quest. But it's pretty shitty. Thieves' trinkets, no. I'm paying 4 chaos for 5 scarabs on this strat. Anarchy. One of the cheapest scarab packages in the game. It might go up to like... I don't think it would go any more than like 2 chaos per scarab. Probably, even if like a ton of people jumped on board. Yeah, I hadn't even thought of like temple building. Temple building, PoE 1. Dude, imagine if I went from snaking in PoE 1, snaking in PoE 2 to snaking in PoE 1. I'm looking forward to the major temple rework, guys. Imagine they put... You know, that's like the one thing that could make me like go back to Team PoE 1 is if they put PoE 2's temple into PoE 1. What an improvement that would be to the game. Holy, I would just make my home there. Me and Milky BK. Videos back and forth, all about the temple. Them Bubgun would be really mad. That was like the only way to make juice up currency. Sooner or later, Temple will come to... I don't doubt it, yeah. The Temple, I mean, they're overhauling all the PoE 1 league mechanics. One league after another, and typically doing it like in succession. Well, okay, so next league, I wouldn't even be surprised if this, seriously though, they did Abyss. Next league, they revamp Alva. The league after that, they revamp Expedition. In PoE 1. I'd say there's actually a halfway decent chance that's how it will go down. Well, not in order of sequence. First, they overhauled Breach, which was something that they brought in to PoE 2, like baseline. Then they overhauled Abyss, and next would be in accordance with 0.3, then 0.4 was Temple, then 0.5 was Expedition. Like, they gotta do them in sequence if they're working on them like that in the back end to take all the data they have from the previous, you know, league or leagues back.
True strength comes from within, and I prefer that. Empty.
How much 12 passive minion? Like 10 divines? As a base, not rolled. Hey, what's up? Morning. Is it morning? Nah, it's afternoon for me. I'm used to it, though. Most people are not on my time zone. Dude, if I get 3 Deli Orbs in a map, that's like freaking bank. Because that's like, that by itself is tripling my investment cost.
Everyone is simply using
Okay. No leech allowed, I guess. This is a less recovery map if I ever seen one. Loot so much on this map. I can actually do it this time. How is that not open? What? Wow, Legion, so much loot. Problem is, I believe it's like before, non-native monsters on the map getting no benefit from Delirium. Deceptive Astrolabe. Somebody talked about how expensive. That's the second one of these I found. I mean, I could use it and increase the investment cost of the map by a factor of 13.
Hello. Keep your life to your own.
Why would I do that?
Never get that use.
Imagine if I had the Damnation card on here, and I dropped one in this farm,
Approach.
and then counted it for the final results. This kid plays, you're still struggling with the build? Well, I don't think you can do this strat on a day 4 version of the build. With or without Bark Skin.
Dude, the clock's ticking.
See the writing on the wall. This map is dangerous. Oh, really? Doing all right then. I mean, you're not stacking up a huge amount of Headhunter buffs with a strat like this. Nice. The box contained a Rogue Exile. That would be like the sickest Cluster Jewel drop ever if it came from a box. Just like everything else comes from a box. Random ass box with a Rogue Exile in it. The one exile in a box. I would like just crack up.
Still alive, exile.
Another less recovery map. The price I pay for running high quant maps. I gotta take some of the dankest mods. Less recovery, minus max combo mods in a lot of these. What's that? This thing again? It's the third one of those I've got. Really?
My mana is gone.
What's this timer? That's how long I've been doing the farm for. We're timing the runs so we get an unbiased look at the div per hour. Just counting hideout time and everything. Of course, it doesn't count time to prep or liquidate. But everything that has anything to do with running the strat counts. I started using a timer in PoE 2 for league start race. Oh, it's stuck. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, dude. Dude, that thing's been stuck for a while then. Hold on, I'll find out how long it's been stuck. Hold on. I'll pull up VOD. I don't think I can manually put in the timer on it. Give me a moment here. Yeah, for at least 30 minutes. Yeah, shit, dude. Okay, so it's 3:04 now. If I go to 3:34, it is moving. And it was 30, yeah. 30. That's 27 minutes. Or 28, about 28 minutes. But about 29 minutes. Okay, about 29 minutes. So, 6 p.m. at the top of the hour. Hold at the top of the hour. I was thinking about getting a coffee anyway. Well, that's not going to be enough to be set. God, I wish there was a way of... I think it's too rudimentary. I don't think I can adjust the timer. I really need one of these that I can manipulate the timer if I need to.
Hello. Farewell.
I paused it for something to alt-tab and do a couple things, and then somehow forgot to put it back on. Yeah, let's just relax a minute. We'll start farming again like 30 minutes from now. I'll take a coffee break, and then I'll like come back, maybe look at some stuff. Real quick, I'm gonna check to see how much currency I have in my tab. Well, I should run the rest of the maps first. Yeah, we still got 4 maps. So 4 maps left, then we'll be halfway through. I'll kind of get a bird's eye view at it. I feel like I've been fairly lucky without extreme jackpots. Just, you know, I got 2 experimented. Did I put 2 experimented? I don't know if I even did that. No, I don't. I actually put the wrong thing down there. I have 2 12 passive minion, 2 3 passive reservation, 2 experimented blueprints, 1 currency and scarab blueprint. And those are like, that makes up the predictable but big jackpot drops that we've got in here. Oh god, 1200 chaos over time. What am I doing? Oof. I cannot take minus chaos res. Or else. I do have capped chaos res over time. Under normal circumstances. Of course, all of these map almost, well, I think like 70% of the maps have minus max mod. That one really gives you a lot of pack size and quant. I think it's the most valuable modifier in the game for that purpose. Rallying Cry Merc with big 2-hander work for Ice Shot. Are you going Ice Shot Luminary or something? You can't have a permanent Merc in the game without Luminary, right? I forgot the, oh my god. Why did another one have to drop? Oh, that one's gonna rot. Unfortunately. I forgot my fucking portal skull. This game, this is the worst thing about PoE 1 compared to PoE 2 is you have to have effing scrolls. Still. For either one of these, it's just completely unnecessary. Is Monstrous Lineage still worth a lot? People running Ice Shot Merc? I wonder if the people who have decided that's good even know that it's doing double damage. Have you guys heard of anybody talking about Ice Shot doing double damage this league? Because of the overlap? I seriously think I'm the only person that knows this. Because I'm the only person with any sort of like clout in the community who actually plays Ice Shot seriously. Ice Shot of Penetration. Wait, are they using... They're using Ice Shot of Penetration mercs, right? I mean, it makes sense to use them as mines or mercs or whatever because they auto-aim, and that's the worst thing about Ice Shot of Penetration is you have to aim. But yeah, I keep talking about this. The overlap from 80% to 120% is, I'm pretty sure, dealing double damage, at least in conjunction with Tornado AoE and like Hydrosphere AoE, if not also on the primary target. But I wouldn't be surprised if it actually only applies to Tornado AoE. I know this because I'm intimately familiar with the strength of the build, and I tested it. I was playing with it with the exact build League starter on Standard League the day before the league launched, and then I had the exact same gear 2 days later, and I was doing the exact same content in both cases, and I was doing way more damage than I was supposed to be doing on the second time. So it was like fresh in my mind exactly how strong the build should have been. So you can pretty much take my word for it. There's something goofy was going on with the damage. And the only big change that occurred was the overlapping 100% AoE angle on Ice Shot of Penetration's AoE. I'm quite certain that's doing double damage. The skill is already probably the highest damage bow skill in the game in terms of on a per hit basis, not counting things like snipe or, you know, barrage or whatever. As far as just like, you know, fire one arrow, do damage. Oh, it's normal Ice Shot, but so they're not even using Ice Shot of Penetration. Damn. Why are they using regular Ice Shot? I'm sorry, regular Ice Shot is super weak. Like, you should just be using... Why aren't they using Lightning Arrow? Regular Ice Shot gets defeated by Lightning Arrow in essentially every category. Unless you're somehow, like... I don't know, if you really, really, really want to play with Heat Shiver, I guess. Lightning Arrow does more damage than Ice Shot. More speed, more shock, and bigger AoE. So that doesn't freeze and chill as hard. Merc can't roll the... Wait, you can't put... Oh, you can't put the gem you want in there at all, huh? What? So why... Merc can't roll lightning arrow? Either? But like, Ice Shot penetration does more damage than lightning arrow. Has more AoE than lightning arrow. At least on a per arrow basis. So not counting lightning arrows, extra arrows, and extra AoE clear because of that, but Ice Shot has the split.
Hello. Keep your life to your own.
And I don't have to worry about shock. Check this out. New item. Vestigial leather hood. A heat shiver. Your fire damage can shock but not ignite. Hello. One of the major weaknesses. That shot build's figuring out how to shock. And just like that. Solved. Alright, so we go to 210. Yeah, there are only 2 on trade. I actually don't think it's like... I don't think it's some sort of mandatory item, though, because to use this, I lose... Actually, I lose a lot of damage, because I gain 36% of cold as extra fire. I lose this overrolled mod. Now, I could Hinekora lock Volatile Valdis, theoretically, but... well, I mean, that's not even worth it compared to just Valorant. We'd have to buy more. I'd have to, like, do a ton of... I don't know, man. It's... What is it, like 1 in 20 to hit this or something, maybe? Okay, so we start playing again at, like, 3:10 on the timer. I'm running these maps slower than I should be. Wait, what? Oh. Thought I had a 12 passive minion already. Didn't I drop 2 of those? What? What the heck, dude? Let me check my bot again. Bow is the primary upgrade for damage, yeah. Alright, somewhere around the 18-minute mark. I thought I dropped one. No, that was 12 passive spell. There it is, there's that. Okay, I figured it out. I was kind of effed up how that happened. I actually only found one 12 passive minion. What happened is I found a 12 passive spell, looted it, then double checked it, but I scrolled over the wrong one, but I thought it was 12, but it was 9. TLDR, I only have one 12 passive minion. I think I have 2 8 passive minion now. Nope. Only one. Okay. So, there's 2 experimental bases, that's +8. Currency, the 4, 3, 3, 2. 6 times 40. It's like an extra 2, 3, 11. Plus maybe like 13. Kind of doing soft math in my head. Divided by 3 point. I'm making well over 30 div an hour right now. Between 30 and 35. Which is like literally what I mean, it's just, it doesn't matter what farm I do, it's always between 30 and 35 div an hour. And that's with adjusting the blueprints upward, so. 2 experimental blueprints. Neither are full reveal. 1 currency, not full reveal. Pretty good for wacky off meta strat. Alright, I'm gonna get a coffee. I'll be back in less than 20 minutes. on my camera color. Sorry to spook you guys. But camera color is not quite right. Am I getting younger or... Oh, I just did 100 maps and I feel fresh. Like, I'm not even remotely tired. Usually 100 maps takes something out of me. Alright guys, we're at the halfway point, round 2. The timer is pretty much right where it should be. Since we accidentally paused it for a while. Convenient to get that back on track. Hopefully I don't screw that up again. If you have no idea what I'm doing here, please check the intro of the video. Actually, wait, I didn't really talk about it much. Talked about it in a previous video. Eh. I noticed when I was out, there's a new Surgog video talking about the current state of loot. And the comments section didn't seem to agree with what he was saying. You guys watch that video? It came out today. Recently. I'm thinking of putting it on here. What do you guys think? Should we do a little reaction in the middle of playing? Reaction. Alright, well, I gotta pause the timer again then. Let me pull it up. Right quick. Azus responding to...
2.0 Papa.
Actually, I'm not 100% sure. I reset my Chrome. All my extensions are... Oh, it still seems to show up okay. Can you guys hear this?
Oh, howdy all, grab yourself a drink. It is time for some Path of Exile 1 discussion. Today, I'm finally going to get around to tackling the thorny question of loot in patch 3.29, because I think it's a lot more complex than people are saying online.
You can see you can hear that, yes. A little loud, right? Let's turn down this way. Okay, so there have been some videos made recently. Some outcry about the current state of loot. Surgog has come and is apparently white knighting the current state of the game. As if it is. I actually don't know. I haven't listened to this. I just opened it, listened to 1 minute, and watched the, and started reading the comments. And based on the comments, I mean, he must think the current state of loot is fine, basically. Because people are coming out with their pitchforks against him. So it would seem. So, timer start, and then we'll have this in the background. I might react to a bit of it. But, oh yeah. Let me link it.
Oh, howdy all, grab yourself a drink. It is time for some Path.
I'll link it to Twitch anyway. Why am I not adding Merc? Because I don't want to, and I can't put it nearly as many uniques on the map if I do that. I'm using scarabs that are very cheap. I'm not gonna... And you can try if you want. I tried to mess with it a little bit, but it didn't seem worth it to me. If I pulled even one scarab out of this setup, I have way fewer Rogue Exiles.
Path of Exile 1 discussion. Today, I'm finally going to get around to tackling the thorny question of loot in patch 3.29, because I think it's a lot more complex than people are saying online. I knew this was going to require a lot of thought because my experience through the campaign, through clearing the Atlas, and through early days was that I was getting more loot than I was in Mirage. And then I'm talking to people, and one group of players are saying, yeah, that's the same. That's the same. I've been getting more loot than Mirage, or comparable loot to Mirage. Definitely not feeling like it's been nerfed a lot. And then another group are saying exactly the opposite, and vehemently saying the opposite. And so I'm trying to look and see exactly what's going on, and I think I might have digged my way to the bottom of the matter. There is, however, one thing that has to be said before we can get into the meat of this video, and get into both me presenting my own opinions, but also opinions of other people that I've seen and that I genuinely think are worth your consideration as well, because you might share them. And that is that I have a material incentive as a content creator to catastrophize the situation. I will make more money if you are angry at the game and watching my videos, binge watching them, than I would if you end up being really happy with the game.
I love this.
And you go back to playing the game and you click off this video quickly. This is something that I think is very important for you to keep in mind when you're assessing any sort of content that you see that's really negative about the current state of the game. I learnt this back in patch 0.2.
I feel 100%. This is like S tier rage bait because it's equally rage bait and equally an honest opinion. So you can't like criticize him saying this because it's rage bait. It's 100% true and factual, and it just pisses people off so much when you stake this claim as a content creator. I have before too, and not for the purpose of rage baiting people, but just because it is genuinely how I feel and how I see things. And I just love, because of that, in a funky little way, I love the fact that he's saying this. It's so funny to me, because I know it's just rage bait the shit out of everybody right off the bat.
2.0 Path of Exile 2. This was a patch that was poorly received. I was less negative on it than most. And so I put out a video that was not really defending the patch, but saying there's lots of problems with it, but I think that this is a 4 out of 10 patch rather than a 2 out of 10 patch. Anyways, that video kind of flopped, didn't make all that much money. A day or two later, there was a new update, and I put out some more coverage on that. However, this day I was in a foul mood. I don't know why I was in a foul mood, but I was. Probably been spending too much time on Reddit. And so I then made a much angrier video. Not because I really felt more negative, but because I was just in a bad mood. And then when I made my thumbnail for it, I put a big burning bin on it. A dumpster fire. That video did far better. That video was more of an appropriate response to a 2 out of 10 expansion, rather than one I still thought was a 4 out of 10, not a 2 out of 10. And so that ended up making about twice the money that the previous video had made. And that was when I learnt just how substantial this financial incentive is to catastrophize things. I don't use this, I don't misuse this information, but I think it's very important that you're aware of it and that you're always thinking critically about it, especially when you're looking to the opinion of anyone that is a professional content creator. We don't get paid by Grinding Gear Games to be shills for the game. Actually, we kind of end up in this spot where the most money that we can make is by being anti-shills.
Ain't no shield to the money.
I'm not saying that people who are very prominent in the Path of Exile community and that are more negative than I am towards this patch are actually doing this, but you just want to have this in your critical thinking mindset whenever you're assessing anything related to the current state of the game. Okay, aside over. There's a lot of people who are saying that between 3.28 and 3.29 there were sweeping nerfs to loot. And actually, the biggest nerf that we're finding now is one that took place earlier. This is the nerf that took place from 3.27 to 3.28. It was a very tightly targeted nerf where Grinding Gear Games essentially deleted all of the Tier 17 exclusive map farming strategies, except the ones that were about Tier 17 exclusive loot. So firstly, let's start with the tier 17 exclusive loot, and this stuff hasn't changed. So this is the unique helmet like Wraithlord, this is the unique item Yoke of Suffering. These sorts of things that drop from the bosses of tier 17 maps, they seem roughly unchanged. The other thing that was roughly unchanged was the Uber Pinnacle boss fragments. Yes, there were some changes to those, but there haven't been substantial changes to the way that they spawn. However, the big losses for tier 17 strategies, and the reason that no one really tries to juice the maps anymore, is that tier 17 maps, they had a lot of advantages over 16.5s in the past, they no longer really do. So basically, they're originator influence maps, but they're originator influence maps that you cannot apply an Astrolabe to anymore. This is the reason that they've fallen behind all of the other strategies. Now, this was a popular sweeping set of changes, because there were a lot of things people disliked about tier 17s. However, now what we're seeing is a lot of feedback that is essentially bring back the old tier 17s on the Path of Exile subreddit. People aren't saying it in those words, but that's basically what the most common complaining voices are at the moment. People are saying what's lost at the moment is aspirational endgame mapping content. Something that's really hard, something that requires a very powerful character to get to.
Wait, okay. Is that how he's interpreting the lack of aspirational content? Is T17 mods disappearing? Hold up. Hold up. Is that what people are actually saying? Or is he just like trying to put 2 and 2 together and that's what he came up with? I mean, Reddit is one echo chamber, and the PoE forums, you know, who knows what that's like. I don't even visit that, so who knows? They could be saying the game is the best shape it's ever been. I wouldn't be surprised.
They didn't necessarily like everything about tier 17s, but they want something along those sorts of lines back.
I mean, okay. Obviously, for one very specific reason, I want T17s back so I can get high level 84 cluster farm back online. But other than that, you know.
I also want to point out, though, that this is not the only opinion out there. There are people who are loving the current state of the game, and those people are playing the game and not talking on Reddit. In fact, I notice this whenever I jump into my global chat. I run a global chat, it's global 16807. Most of the people that are there are pretty positive about the game. And what we're seeing here is some of the things that come up with Reddit specifically as a feedback mechanism. Reddit is where people go if they're unhappy with the state of the game. If they're happy with the state of the game, they keep playing.
That's definitely true.
During patch 3.26, the people who liked tier 17s
you can't
were
argue
having the
with
time of their life farming tier 17s. And they stayed in game. They didn't notice the fact that on Reddit there was a lot of feedback saying, hey, these maps are terrible, get rid of them. Maybe these people didn't like.
Literally the only reason I ever check Reddit is to find out what people are pissed about. That's 110% true on my end.
Everything about tier 17s. Maybe they really, really hated the Drowning Orbs mod. Maybe they really hated the Tentacle Friends mod. Whatever it was, there were some things they didn't like about them, but they generally thought they were a net positive for the game. They weren't talking about the game, they were playing it. At the same time, another section was saying these tier 17 maps need to have sweeping.
I noticed in the comments that people freaking hate that argument. The reason people aren't complaining about the game more so is because they're enjoying it and simply playing it. The only feedback GG ever gets is complaints, because if you're enjoying the game, why would you even go online to talk about it?
Nerfs made to them so that they're no longer the best way to play the game. I can't keep up with the Trade League economy. I'm getting buried under the economic power of the people who are playing in tier 17s all the time, and as a result, I want to see some changes. So Grinding Gear Games look at the feedback they're getting on Reddit, and it's all nerf aspirational endgame mapping. What do? They nerf aspirational endgame mapping. Now we're seeing...
Okay, I am not really one for drama farming, but if I were, this is my favorite type of drama farming. This kind of video.
In a backlash. The people who are happy with this change are enjoying the game. They're playing it more. They're not really going and talking on Reddit. The people who dislike it because they prefer the old status quo, again, maybe not liking everything about 17s, but they liked generally the fact that there was this aspirational endgame mapping. They want to see it back. They're angry with the game. They're the ones now who are talking over on the Path of Exile subreddit. So I think one of the important lessons about this is that when there is some sort of disagreement in the player base, it's not really enough for Grinding Gear Games to aggregate the feedback that's presented to them. because if they do that, then what we're going to get is an announcement coming in a day or two saying, hey, we've seen all of the feedback people have given. The 329.2 patch is going to be reducing up tier 17 maps. We're going to be going back to tier 17s. They're going to have 30% more pack size than they've got now. They're going to drop better loot than they do now. This is your aspirational endgame mapping. This is what everyone's been requesting. Enjoy. Also, we've seen there's been a bunch of feedback about this particular mod. We're going to get rid of that. But everything else is going to stay because more challenge means more fun, right? And if Grinding Gear Games do that, then what will happen is the people who are currently loving the league will start to dislike it more. And the people who have been calling for more aspirational endgame mapping, some of them will come back, some of them will be like, oh yeah, that sounds cool, I'll check it out in 330. Really, it's a tough balance for Grinding Gear Games to fix, unless they try and fix it via a different mechanism. And this ties in to the developer interview that Grinding Gear Games are running tomorrow. And I'm saying tomorrow because it's tomorrow in my time zone. It might be today in yours. The exact time and date are listed down on Grinding Gear Games.
You know what I'm really curious about? I'm curious if he had any reservations for making a video like this. Like, if he, like, thought about it, like, if he sat on it, like, slept on it, was, like, mulling it over. Or if he's just like, fuck it, turn the camera on and go, and just say whatever you feel. I'm genuinely curious on this
Games'
case.
site, link in the description below. Zizaran is going to be talking with game designers Octavian and Andrew. Now, Zizaran's interesting here because he's fairly positive about the league personally, but he is also someone who is going to convey opinions that run counter to his own one. So he's going to be someone who'll fairly present opinions of people that are very negative about the league as well. One of the things that Zizaran has called for a while, and that has actually started to be implemented in the game, is a shifting of where loot drops into specific mechanics. And I think there's something that's really interesting that could be taken from this and applied a bit more broadly. You're currently looking at the unique boots Skyforth. There is a reason for this, and we'll come to it in a sec. These used to be chase. They have not stood the test of time very well, but in patch 2.1 when these were added, these were one of the best items in the entire game, and they remained that way for a substantial period of time. They have a very interesting drop mechanic though that I think Grinding Gear Games should consider revisiting. One of the problems we've had in recent leagues is that Grinding Gear Games have axes to make loot more plentiful. They don't really have axes to make it better, other than having things that are only exclusive to a particular mechanic. So for instance, if you want to make it so that a player is 3 times as likely to get a Mage Blood from a particular content, the way Grinding Gear Games can do that is either give 200% more quantity to that content, and then not only have you made Mage Blood more likely, but you've also made Chaos Orbs more likely, you've also made Armorer's Scraps more likely, you made basically everything more likely. Or you can increase the item rarity that's found there. But when you do increase the item rarity, you're also tripling the amount, not just of Mage Bloods, but also of all of the lesser uniques as well. So what happens with aspirational farms is that they start to flood the league economy with items that are extremely good, like Aegis Aurora. Now this ends up being a good thing if you want to just trade for an Aegis Aurora for your own build. In fact, this item has almost never been cheaper than it is now. It's like 40 or 50 chaos. It's really, really crazy cheap. It's also a strong contender for the title of best shield in the game. Maybe you might say Svalin, maybe you say Aegis Aurora, maybe you'd say something that's a bit more offensive in nature. But whatever the case, even if you don't think Aegis is the best shield in the game, you definitely consider that it is up there in contention. However, it's not very exciting to loot. It's only like 40 or 50 chaos. There's a couple of reasons for this. Firstly, there's the fact that trade has so much less friction than it used to have now, but mostly, it's the fact that all of those aspirational endgame farms that do still exist, that are printing Mage Bloods, well, for every Mage Blood they print, they're printing something like 10 or 20 of these. And that's the reason that these end up being so much cheaper than they might have been in the past. However, Grinding Gear Games did have a solution for this, not a solution that holds up today, but one that I think they should revisit, and that is what they did with Skyforth. So when Skyforth was added to the game, you might look at this item and say, why does anyone care about it? Well, back in 2.1 when it was added, it was the best set of boots in the game for quite a few builds. And when it was added, Grinding Gear Games had a drop restriction on it that was pretty extreme at the time. This is not allowed to drop as item level 1 to 83 loot, only 84 plus. In the present endgame, that doesn't really block it very much. That means that it's able to drop in tier 16s, just not from normal monsters, and it can drop from literally any monster, even the trash monsters, in pinnacle boss areas, and also a number of other places. So you're running Replica Cortex, and Replica Cortex is a level 84 zone. Well, Skyforth can drop even from the trash monsters. You're running a Blight Ravage map. Every single monster there is high enough level to drop Skyforth. What Chronic Gear Games could consider doing is having aspirational endgame maps that have higher tiers numerically than we're able to go to at the moment. So tier 17, 18, 19, 20, limits wherever you want to set it. This would then result in higher monster stats in those zones, and not necessarily in better loot in general, because currently level 86 and above bases are all the same as each other. It's not trivial to get level 86 bases anymore, but there's plenty of sources of them, and if it's just a rare item, you don't need a level 87 or 88 or 89 base. You can just use a level 86 one instead. They can roll the same mods. They could then add new unique items that are exclusively available through this new aspirational endgame content. And then that results in that content having some really, really interesting loot. But it doesn't necessarily have to flood the economy with items like Aegis Aurora, rendering them into essentially non-loot like they are now. Instead, items like Aegis Aurora can be the thing that you can get anywhere in the game. Likewise, Mageblood can just be that miracle drop that can come up anywhere in the game. But a couple of new chase items that come only from...
How much do I have invested in the build? Like well over 1,000 divines. I don't know, between 1 and 2,000 div, probably. Maybe more than 2,000 a little bit at this point. Which I guess makes it multi-mirror tier at this point. Even though normally it doesn't feel like it. It doesn't feel like it's like super multi-mirror tier right now, but... I mean, I would have a mirrored bow if it still existed. So, yeah.
From the aspirational endgame farms, whatever those end up being, well, that I think would be something that's really interesting. It can make mapping exciting for people that like the hardest mapping in the game, but at the same time, it's not something that's going to feel necessary. Because the thing that people disliked about tier 17s back in their heyday wasn't so much that tier 17s existed, is that they felt necessary for a number of particular farms. And I think the thing that can come up here is that this can then
Valdo
interact
maps are way shittier.
with all of these types of scarabs that exist in the game that have the text, League mechanic monsters for this particular mechanic gain increased difficulty and reward for each time you have performed such and such a League mechanic related action. So Expedition monsters gain increased difficulty and reward
We're watching here just Sergog's take on the loot situation.
for each Remnant detonated if we want to take one of the unpopular versions of this, or if you wanted to take something that was slightly more popular, you could instead go with the Breach Scarab of Resonant Cascade, which also has the same text, but slightly better version of the effect. These types of scarabs could then just simply have their increased difficulty and reward be +1 or maybe even plus a larger number of monster levels. And then at that point, the loot that comes from them will end up feeling meaningfully better some of the time. Most of the time it won't be, but there will be that chance of getting some of these new chase unique items that could end up being extremely popular. So where would this package of changes leave you if you're someone who likes the idea of old tier 17s or having more aspirational endgame farms? Well, you would end up finding that there's new and exciting loot to discover, but your aspirational endgame farms are not going to produce so many of the sort of basic game items that you end up flooding the market economy completely. And what about if you're someone that doesn't like these farms? Well, you just basically don't participate in them, and if there is some item that comes out of them that you want, you circumvent that with trade. This is very similar to the way that currently, if people like Heist, then they can go and run chasing after something like a Simplex or a Focused Amulet, and if you're one of those people that genuinely dislikes Heist, then you simply circumvent it through trade. Of course, there are people who play solo self-found. The idea of solo self-found is that it's a way that you can certify that all of your achievements were yours and yours alone, and if you want the achievement of obtaining this loot this way, well, that's good.
My question is, do you not competent anymore or go to the game on purpose? Because one of these answers is true. I'm sorry, bro. That's a retarded comment. entirely presupposes that, as if it's an absolute truth, that the game is in a terrible state. Completely omitting any subjectivity. Excuse me, sir. When did you stop beating your wife? Okay, it's that question. Alright, retarded question. Don't presuppose that everybody thinks the game is in terrible shambles right now. You're just here to vent. And I'm gonna vent right back at you. That's why we're watching this video, okay? We're watching Surgog talk about the real problem with loot as a sort of rebuttal to, you know, the hive mind Reddit mentality, I guess. A little bit. Anyway. I'm personally not upset about the current state of loot. Especially not relative to like last league or the league before. I've been disappointed in the general trend over time. My favorite state of loot ever was Calandra League. But that's not most people's opinion. So, you know. But like, that was peak PoE 2 loot, in my opinion. Calandra League, okay? The league after it was a little bit worse. The league after that was a lot worse, because they removed Arch Nemesis mods after that. And then it just kept going downhill slowly over time. So, I'm not like... I don't feel any, like, visceral disgust about the state of loot, because it's like the same as last league, basically. It's a little worse than the league before, and a little worse than the league before. It's not like magically suddenly the state of loot is bad. It's gotten worse since Calandra League, as far as I'm concerned. And in Calandra League was a league when people said that loot was in one of the worst states it had ever been. We talked about this earlier. Snap made a whole video talking about how you're only dropping... I think what did he say? You're dropping 11% of the loot you're used to on one very specific farm, but... Whereas I felt like it was the best state of loot for the game. Anyway, almost done with this video.
Going to be something in solo self-found. You're going to have to do it yourself, even if you don't like the content. Personally, this dynamic is why I don't really like solo self-found very much myself. There's always a couple of areas of the game I'm just not in the mood for in any particular patch. And so I tend to not play solo self-found because it would incentivize me too strongly to go and run that content that I don't really like so much. And I prefer to not do that. But of course, people that like solo self-found is then something that's a new challenge for them to potentially consider going after. So we're mostly talking here about changes that took place between 3.27 and 3.28. Why was 3.28 a very complaint-light league? I think there's a couple of reasons for this. Firstly, Grinding Gear Games tried to control the amount of loot that's produced by some of the aspirational farms, but they missed one, or they created a new one that was at the level of old tier 17 farming with a bunch of strategies. What this was Breach. Breach was something that last league was explosive. There were several different forms of it. There was the original version of the explosive farm, which was the Breach Scarab of Resonant Cascade version, and then there were some later strategies that were discovered a bit later in the league. Some of them required actually a more powerful character again than Resonant Cascade, or just put other demands on your character, but these were all very, very powerful farms. And these were something that was tuned more at the level of the sort of loot that you used to get in tier 17 content. Additionally, some of them, not all of them, but some of them were extremely dangerous content to run as well, extremely rippy. And so that captured that feeling of mapping in tier 17s for some section of the people that wanted it. At the same time, it meant that a whole lot of items were basically devalued into non-loot because there were so many of them that were being produced by this giga-juiced farming. But that's another thing. Some people like it when an item like Aegis is cheap and not loot. Some people prefer it when it is something that's an exciting drop. People's opinions will differ there. The other thing, though, was that Mirage had a bunch of exclusive loot that came from the overlap of the League mechanic with existing Atlas mechanics. This is something that was done really well, and it meant that whilst there may have been best ways to farm core game drops, they weren't necessarily the same ways that you would go about farming various other items. What this meant was that, for instance, the Delirium Mirror wasn't something people were really giga-juicing with, but there were definitely really good strategies involving the Delirium Mirror and target farming those Delirium Fogs, the ones that let you re-roll a Cluster Jewel. These were really strong, and this has created new farms that were often quite good, and that because of the nature of the way that a trade league interacts, you'd often be able to find some niche that was currently underfarmed and be able to go and farm in it and find some cool stuff out of doing so. And so Mirage had lots of exclusive loot that was really cool and really in demand. And honestly, it was this stuff going away that I think is the reason that in 329, things hit the fan on these discussions, rather than potentially lasting until 330, as might have happened if Grinding Gear Games had kept some of those items around. Anyway, those are my thoughts on what's going on with loot. These are my thoughts on both why some people are genuinely happy with the current situation, why people are currently dissatisfied with it as well, and what a possible path is that can address some of these concerns without going back to the situation where all of the people that are currently complaining are very happy, but all of the people that are currently very happy with the game are complaining because they feel, oh, now it's just back to another Tier 17 season again, where the only approved way to play the game is in Tier 17 with this particular set of Scarabs that have been mathematically proven to be the best juicing setup. Instead, what I want to see is a situation where people run the content they want. If that's the hardest generic mapping content in the game, there'll be some unique rewards that they get from that. And if other people want those rewards, well, they can potentially negotiate a trade, or alternately, they can do without the items. I'm going to leave it there. May your Valorbs have interesting results, and may you continue to find many of them on the ground, as I have continued to do all through the current league. Oh, howdy all, grab yourself a...
Check in with me
Okay.
when you have a moment.
How was this take? What do you guys think? What in the world, dude? I'm gonna run by this mob, I guess. How do I literally enter with 0? Oh, I have no flasks. No wonder I died. I'm doing this shit with no Progenesis flask on. %0 flask uptime, huh? That's not very good. Maybe I shouldn't take that mod on a map like this. Oh well. Got through it. I had a beer with Surgog once. Fun fact, he's a karaoke beast. Dude, I gotta play karaoke with him. Do karaoke with him. If that's how it is. I'm curious, what did he sing? I think his take was meh. I mean, I definitely don't see eye to eye with him when it comes to his Magic Find take.
Don't bluff. No, we'll target inside.
Dude, that guy was a freaking beast. Defensively. Why are you talking about communism? What? Get a little off topic here. Yeah, I kind of like feel like Surgog's trying to have his cake and eat it too. Half-baked take. Talks about like rage baiting but not doing it for integrity's sake, and then like either directly or indirectly rage baiting everybody. Anyway. But I don't attribute any mal intent to him in general, so I just think Surgog represents a more you know, average gamer view. And I certainly believe that players who are more average gamers are not going to see this league as being some awful state of loot. I think if anything, they might feel like it's better than normal. Yeah, he definitely did ramble on a little bit. But you can read the comments of that video and then get a sense of like what people took away. It's okay to call his content slop. Okay, Surgog, if Surgog is making slop content, then nobody makes anything but slop content. Like his videos by and large are purely informative. This is an exception. Man, I bet you he would take massive offense to the idea of his content being considered slop. You're just being mean. Okay. Has Surgog ever done a reaction video before? Or I guess even like a reaction on stream? Because I've never seen it. You don't want divs to be dropping like doing PoE 2? Are you suggesting that they don't drop often in PoE 2? What? They were like the drop rate was like quadrupled in PoE 2. Surgog reacted to Snap's video? Okay, I can see that. Now, I imagine Surgog has I'm pretty sure he has a lot of respect for Snap. Oh, they dropped too much in PoE 2. Well, they decided to make Divine Orbs more common in PoE 2, like just as an unjuiced drop. They are like 3 or 4 times more common in terms of like the weightings. Compared to like, for example, Mirror and Locks and stuff, they are definitely more common.
Approach, Junk.
They did that as a rebound from the temple nerfs. They might nerf Divines again, but I think... Yeah, I think most people are pretty happy with it. Like, you actually feel like you can divine your gear, and not just at like the ultra endgame. Two unique belts. Neither of them the ones. Shucks. Temple League was over the top. Yo, they need to buff the temple again. That's what I'm saying. I don't care who you are. They gotta buff the temple. They nerfed it too hard. Uh-oh. We got, like, no fire res. Uh-oh. Forgot this is the wrong stream to be saying that. Check yourself. Ooh. Don't want to get banned for having the wrong opinion on Temple, do you? Just kidding. You said, please, Mr. Streamer, don't ban me. Temple's amazing mechanic. Temple number 1. That boss unique belt needs to be a headhunter and mage blood one. One time, dropping it like every map. I kind of agree with the idea that, like, it seems like there are a lot of ways to really crank up the difficulty of the game like that, but the rewards just don't, like, 2 and 2 just does not add up at all. Especially, like, my eyes were open doing, like, meat sacks last league, and it was like, what is going on here? It was so hard. They would crash the game. They were so hard. And it was just like, they don't drop anything, except sometimes they drop, like, 12 6 links or something, which, you know, there was a time when that was a good drop, but not these days, really. Oh. Fine.
Sold something.
Hello. Farewell.
Gotta go fast. It's been a while since I had a nice drop. Definitely making consistent gains, though. Oh. Well, that's 20 maps out of the way. Twenty more maps. I wish that Delimir wouldn't spawn behind the boat. Kind of annoying. See it on the mini-map. A little bit of a first world problem, but you know, it's about like complaining about. It's kind of like complaining about the state of loot, you know. About the same level of is rolled on up there. Look, another unique belt off the boss. Oh, it's cloth this time. Doesn't count. Never had a chance.
Nothing good washes up on this dark stumbling corpse.
Wait, does the Soul Eater stay from Zerfie's Heart Divination mod? Does it like carry over? Nightmare frag farming is printing? Dude, I know. It is kind of ridiculous. Currently my favorite farm in the league. Maybe not like right now, this second, but my favorite farms league is definitely boss rush. It was Nightmare map beyond boss rushing with like extreme beyond and Eldritch pack size. I feel like that was the best strategy I came out with. Easily, all league. Should be considered an S+ tier league start strat, because like variations of that at league start, even in like regular T16s, like Dunes or whatever, would be like way more currency per hour than Legion, for example. Because like Tainted Fusing start at like 1 divine in value on day 1, and they go down to like 3/4 of a divine on day 2. On day 3 they're like 2/3 of a divine. Day 4 they're half a divine. And so they just, those drops are so common that it just beats everything else that you can do. And since you can basically spam them, you can just spam Tainted Fusings. Like if you were actually like took that strat seriously, you could probably get like 1 Tainted Fusing every like 3 minutes on average or something. Just think about that. So I actually already know you average 1 Tainted Fusing every other map. Because I did 100 maps of it and I got 51 Tainted Fusings. So I mean, that's just an ungodly amount of currency on like day 1 or day 2. Doesn't even count like tainted chromes, armors. You know, all the tainted currency is worth quite a bit on day 1, day 2. And then apparently there's this belt that's worth like 30 div that drops off the Beyond Katash or something. I didn't even know about that. I wasn't on my filter. So I actually like screwed up by not having that on my filter. Feels bad, man. But oh well. See, because I've mucked around in Abyss too long, it's the Delimir is having a hard time moving forward. Yeah, I mean, it's a rare drop, but like I did hundreds of maps killing those bosses. I probably did drop 1 or 2 and didn't even know it. I certainly had a relatively high chance of seeing one with how many maps I did. The worst part is that people who follow my filter following the same strat also didn't have it on their filter. Yeah, it was like a new item, and I just had no idea about it. I didn't even know about its existence. Usually things like that would correct themselves, like Filter Blade would do that, but it's because it was just a cloth belt, and it's like a very typical base. If you have it off the filter, it's just not going to show up. So quite often, you know, Filter Blade will catch things like that. I'm talking about a Beyond boss specific cloth, unique cloth belt. It's some kind of chase meta item. And I was farming Beyond bosses specifically without chasing that item. It was off my filter. And now I gotta see cloth belt everywhere. It can't be anything good out in the open. Yeah, 25 div, the lowest one. Is that corrupted? Or clean?
The face that stares back in the wreck, stranger.
I even pep pressed portal as I died. I mean, I dropped a headhunter off of the Beyond bosses. Like, that's how many of them I farmed. The Union of Souls, crit resistant magic mobs. Dropped a headhunter scuba diving. My fasting goes like out of dodge. Ooh. You did get out, right? I wonder how many people complained about the fact that you have no resurrections down there. I bet there's a lot of people who complain about that. No, Delirube.
Check in with me when you have a moment.
Hello, farewell.
Think you're God? Make your choice. You leave in search of answers.
That's fun. Standing there, in the middle there.
Get the respect strength. Insight.
Throw down the Val eye shot. Just freaking oozy spray. 360 degree. You want to be that flicker guy who linked his mirror into global before getting out and then dying with it? Did he die because he AFK'd without pausing the game or something? To make the post about it? Like, I don't know if I saw that. I saw something like that, but not this league, I don't think. Oh man. Mass rogue exiles, though. Always seem to proc the rogue exiles and the 6 smuggler caches at the same time. Five chaos. It's like doing a breach. Oh! Nah, actually doing a breach would be like 2 or 3 chaos. We'd have to add all the breaches together to reach 5. Wait, this is the wrong one. Wow, I've never seen Strand have that much of a dead end before. Enchanted armaments again. Blue. Long Strand. Wow. You really gonna do that to me? I'd be so mad if I was trying to level. Another memory? Poor guy's pretty lonely. Double memory of loneliness. This map has a lot of exiles too. Crazy thing is Simulacrum Splinters, they get like 20C worth of splinters every map. And the map itself costs 10C, not even 10C. Try to find a good place to use this Sentinel. Oh my god, is he lonely for the 3rd time in a row? Oh, here it is. Actually, I'm not sure that even went off. He's lonely for the 3rd time in a row. What do you like the graveyard map for? Anything specific?
Nothing good washes up on this dark shore.
My mana is gone.
A Rogue Exile Divine? Notice it did not have a icon over its head.
adding blood run.
Infamous mercenary. More like infamously poor mercenary. Gotta stay long enough for the delirium orbs. So, let me ask this. Conventional Flicker Strike build, which ascendancy do people play on Flicker Strike? They used to play Raider a lot, right? Slayer, and it's considered generally a glass cannon type of build, right? It's tanky, really? You sure? Block capped. Do people go like, do they still get spell suppressed on it? Or do they not bother? Kind of wondering if maybe that would line up well with the Warden Tincture, because Flicker Strikes likes tinctures, right? Tincture would be really good with them. I imagine 2 would be better than 1. Like a tincture effect should be very strong, because it's an elemental attack based build where attack speed is like king.
Farewell.
What if I want a spell dodge tincture, block cap spell dodge tincture setup? Like max avoidance. Like void everything. As in, I'm talking like bark skin. You'd have spell dodge cap, block cap. You'd still take flat less damage. You'd still take like flat 250 flat less damage taken every time you got hit. You'd be Wind Dancer, I'm guessing, if you can, if it can do it. What body armor do they usually wear? I could even wear like Kintsugi or something. Actually, to give them some defense against damage over time. Yeah, but why? Like, what? Are they running Lightning Coil? Or what? 'Cause I hate all forms of that. There's no good way to get that stat anymore, I feel. Except like a couple, like Lightning Coil and the fire one. Fire body armor.
Nothing good washes up on this dark.
Actually, you know, with a... Oh my god, actually, with a spell dodge version of it, you know what would be crazy strong is if you did like a little bit of fizz taken as. Because then physical spells, for which there are like a lot of them, would do like no damage to you, even when they hit you, because you would be spreading out like the flat damage reduction would just insta kick in. There's that belt that makes you take physical as 2 different elements. I remember. Wear that belt maybe. What other
Tread no further.
melee type skills are there? That fit in the same archetype as Flicker Strike? Well, I'm thinking in terms of League start budget though. Because with Flicker Strike, I mean, I could have an extremely powerful defensive package with these 2 points, and then you take these 2 points for like just mass tinctures effect, double tinctures. I don't know if I would want to do Flicker Strike. I might do something else. Does Flicker Strike fare well with like the Abyssal gear setup? I really like that setup. Like I really like Paradoxica Abyssal gear setup. I kind of want to do that again. There's some nice synergies there. That has to be like a fizz to element conversion build for that to make sense though. We're still dropping clusters, but we haven't dropped a good one in a while. The Paradoxica is a pretty standard weapon for Flicker, isn't it? Wait, what about that? Didn't they like mega buff? They mega buff like elemental hit, right? But then didn't they nerf it? And then what about that one skill that's like always a meme? Elemental, it's not elemental hit, it's that other one that puts like waves of elemental damage. Can weapons be vestigial? Or is it just armor pieces? I might be getting myself killed here. Whoa, what? Was that a scarab icon mob? 2 high tier scarabs off the same mob? What in the world? I don't think I've ever seen that. I haven't seen that since meat sacks farming, and I'm talking the old style. Holy. Still have the YouTube screen on? Okay, I can fix that. Sorry. There we go.
I'm not up to that just yet.
I really appreciate you telling me that, because it looks annoying on the highlights when that's there. It's an issue of, like, I have to close the Chrome tab. I can't just close the little box on my screen. I don't see the box anymore on my screen, but it still shows up on the OBS, which is really annoying. So in my mind, it's gone, but it's not. Well, even if I get pretty unlucky the rest of the way, it's still going to be quite a bit of currency. I probably do have to get some drops here to stay above 30 div an hour.
Sold something while you were gone.
Although if I stop doing the Wildwood with any level of seriousness, I'll get better time. And just like that, another 20 maps have been done. We have 140 finished. Hello, Snowsing Chat. Yesterday I found one more sources of the suppress cap prevention. Okay. I looked it up a little bit. I found something. The Hinakura amulet could be a very easy league starter, but it's only 6%. But that was about all I saw. But what was it that you found? We could somehow borrow the Tricksters. Yo, what? Hiri's Ire has 10% of the Foulborn? Oh, that's actually pretty gross. What mod does that replace? That'd be kind of expensive item. Oh yeah, the suppress master. Wait, so how much is that total? Alright, gotta add this up again. Oh, it's a change from chance to prevent. Oh, okay, yeah. No, I've seen that before. I've seen that. I forgot about that. But most people would prefer regular over Foulborn then. Actually, Foulborn would be worth less than the regular one. But not for me. Wow, that was a lot of stuff. Okay, so it's 70 plus 10, that's 80. Then where are you getting the other 20? Okay, you got 83 from the Suppress Mastery. Where are you getting the other 17? I know you can get like 6 on the amulet or something. Didn't you say you tested that it was... You actually tested that it could go to the cap, and how did you do that test again? Like, what was your setup for that? You tested it in the... With like with the mastery that makes you suppress, prevent, 1% per recent suppression? Is that what you had to do? Oh, Simplex. God, that's not League Start viable, but... Oh yeah, Ancestral Visions, 5. Wait, what do you mean notable 6? Alright, so we have 83, and then 88. You get big shocks with it. I don't see myself having like automatically shock capped on this really high deli content, but yeah, otherwise, yeah, the shocks are great. Yeah, especially on this build. Because shocks was one of our weaknesses of this setup. A second Sacred Orb. Guys. Are we Sacred Orb farming? Are we Sacred Orb farming? I mean, I've done Lock and Mirror farms where I only got 2 Sacred Orbs in 100 maps. Oh, well, okay. I guess I am doing more than 100 maps, but... Wins Mirror? I mean, I don't really care about dropping a mirror. It's not worth anything this league anyway. Pretty lame. That's actually the worst thing about the synth-based change, is it made the mirror not a viable, fun, extreme chase anymore. Low-key, actually. For real, though. Two Sacred Orb. Many exiles! Many exiles! Dude. It's a lot of scarabs. Yoink. Another fortunate card? Have you thought of farming Damnation? I watched Red Val's do a farm. I don't know, maybe. I'm not really that interested in that farm.
I've got some wealth for you.
Greeting.
Given the mob types and everything, to me it's a little bit mind-numbing, that farm. little bit too one-dimensional, I guess, I feel. But I get that it's like a really
Nothing good
strong
washes up
farm.
on this dark shore.
I'm just trying to imagine myself doing it, and I don't think I would enjoy it much. If I was gonna do a divination farm, I'd rather do rolling boxes. I understand that I don't speak for everybody on that respect either. I'm happy for Red Violets though. I mean, he gets a lot of views. A lot of people like seeing the chase on that. It's entertaining. I lurked in his stream for like a full hour yesterday, and you know, I get why people enjoy watching that and stuff. I actually saw him drop his first two finally after like 350 maps, or no, sorry, like 450 maps or something. And I saw the clip in real time, you know, his extreme freak out. Spazzing out over it. Oh, 3.7 million. Oh. It's like that. It's entertaining, for sure. I can't spaz out that hard on a drop. But good for him, you know. I spaz out differently. Like back in Tota League when I dropped an entire screen full of Scarab back when that was like impossible to do. Oh my god. I remember spazzing on that. That was insane though, dropping a full screen of Wing Scarabs on that league, because it was basically over at that point. You couldn't do that anymore. But I somehow did it anyway. Dude, what is this wildwood? More like wild garbage. Ugh. Ugh. Is this a wildwood or wild garbage? I like I'm gonna do the whole circuit though. It's pretty funny. Or not. Wildwood, guys. What? Wildwood juice? Must have been. Or it might have been tile set loot. Guys, did that have a gem over its head? Did that Rogue Exile have a gem symbol over his head? I have to watch the replay. Could have been that lousy tile set loot. Ugh. Yeah, I'm at like 145 right now. I just put the number in advance. The farming to it. I wonder if yellow juice makes me drop more splinters. I would like to think so. Looks like the answer is definitively no.
We've made a trade.
Well, Enlighten support's a little bit of a pick-me-up.
Hello. Keep your life to your own.
Yeah. Not a bad drop. Taking both those together. Shoot. Glad I read that downside. Negative 10 div an hour. I think it's negative more than that now. Until you hit. Then it's like positive 100 div an hour or something. You just gotta hit. Can't lose if you don't quit. Div chisel at 160. Oh my god. Well, the real rub is when is the damnation card itself gonna crash? I didn't get 145 splinters on that map. What budget would you need to start this build? Bro, I got the starting budget for Eye Shot of Penetration at like 5 or 10 div. Specifically the variant that you see on the Mobalytics guide. You can check my profile, you can check the PoE Ninja day by day, first week if you want to see kind of build up beyond that. In an incremental fashion. I don't really regret the order of upgrades I did. I feel pretty good about that. So yeah. If I don't get any more big uniques, I'm actually gonna feel pretty unlucky. I'm seeing a lot of uniques. We got one tier 0, but guys, can you vestigial a weapon or not? Unique weapon. They should make it that way so that like unique weapons actually have a chance. That would be a great way to spice up like the meta, is give unique weapons vestigial properties. Maybe next league or maybe mid-patch update. They're not done patching the game, right? They're gonna buff loot, guys, right? They're gonna fix Abyss loot drops, right? Not just the chest. They're gonna revert the breach nerfs, right? They're gonna install God Touch rare explosions, right? OD and Copium. I keep talking. Wait, you can vestigial shields? That's so rude. Let me guess, you can't vestigial quivers though. Fuckers. Make me so mad. 2 armor smith deli orbs. Throws him Sub-Zero style. I don't even have an Oath of Winter. Alright, dude. I got some I got some div card potential here. I had to take that flask mod, didn't I? The double downtime flask mod. And now I have no flasks. That mod's so freaking bad.
Make your choice. Do you leave in search of answers? There are none to be found.
I could change my build actually so that I can support that. I love that mod, Mage Blood OP. Oh my god. Ooh. Mage Blood, Magey Bloody. Mage Blood can't compete with tinctures. Changed my mind.
Nothing good washes up on this dark shore.
What does Mage Blood have to do with Infinite Val Cold Snap? That's some build tech I don't know about. Just saying random shit. Okay. Okay. You could have probably BS'd me. Yeah, I would have just taken you on your word. Yeah, well, see, there's some secret tech, there's this and that, and then this and that, and then it's... Guys, divination card, not deli orbs, come on. Or wait, what? Not good. I meant cluster jewel. Cluster jewel. Another diviner's deli orb. I mean, if deli orbs are up to like 15 C apiece when I get out of here, I will have made a lot of currency. Two divination scarabs. It's like minimum 20 C. Off the boss. Oh my god, when I steal the AoE buff. It's not far removed from Twister AoE buff stolen. Maybe I should push the AoE of this skill up. Just like I did with Twister. Come on. Come on, Deli. Are we in here? Are we in here? Pilfering! He gets the pilfering! Ooh! Score. Look, Mom, no portal scrolls.
You've had a sail, exile.
I bought 400 nightmare maps yesterday, priorities.
Hello.
Because of my strats.
Go with courage.
Dang, dude. So, if you were immune to spell damage from 100% spell suppression prevention, you would only be susceptible to attacks. What would be the best way to build the defensive layers on attacks? Actually, with that setup, I would have like giga high evasion. So I guess it'd be kind of hard to be immune to attacks if you're going evasion. You could go like just fizz block or something, or just like regular block and evasion, and just hope that's enough. Aspect of the crab, yeah. That's tier 1. Currency or scarabs, number 2 of those. Alright. Arctic armor? I mean, Arctic armor for Flicker Strike, right? Wait, doesn't Arctic armor make you take damage as or something like that? I feel like there's probably a way to make a damn near immortal League Start build that is also extremely high damage with like double tinctures. It would be unlike any build I ever made. Probably not a bow build. Although there are ways to get a lot of spell block and block on a bow build. So, maybe. You could go the super high evasion route. Oh, I forgot that Hiri's is only for bow mods.
I'm not up to that yet.
Well, damn, now I gotta do bow build. I have to do bow build now. What kind of self-inflicting attacks can I use to knock out my bark skin?
My mana is gone.
Actually, I need to. I forget. I think maybe I didn't test cast on Crypt Forbidden Rite if that triggers bark skin or not. Maybe I need to check that again. Yeah, I mean, it's not bad. It's just like, if you're going to go for Immortal, you go all the way with it. $90 flat fizz from hits. I just think I would actually get a lot of publicity if I made an Immortal League starter. Or something of the likes. But it wouldn't really necessarily be League start viable if we're talking about Foulborn items like that. Foulborn tier 1s and things like that. It's not really League start viable. But you can just settle for not being immortal and being almost immortal for the meantime, so it's not like it's build enabling in the extreme sense. It's fine. I'm sure there will be tech next league where we can like steal cross ascendancies or something. Imagine having Barkskin and stealing the Trickster node for 15% suppression prevention on Trickster. Whoa. That'd be too good to be true. It'd be easy to get immune then. Or if freaking Forbidden Rite or something like that would trigger
I've got some.
the Spells Press Mastery. Oh man, I wish.
Just another stumbling corpse.
Aren't there like some items where it's like, isn't there some item in the game that is something like you have no elemental resistances or something like that? What's the upside of that item? Isn't that like a helmet or something? Where it's like outrageous downside, you have no elemental resistances. I can't remember exactly. Oh, I'm pretty sure it's a PoE 1 item. Dude, where are the drops? Finally got a deli orb. Alright, what is the upside to Veil of the Night? Because that's the thing, if you have 100% suppress... Wait, let me look it up. It gives global defense and reflect. Here's the thing though, here's one of the super high upsides of this. You don't need to put a single point into elemental resistances. Think about how much stat allocation savings that is. You still need res because monsters get fizzes extra. Oh yeah, I guess you do. Okay, it's just some BS reflect thing. Reflect bow build win? I bet you that's something literally nobody's ever done before. Magnet of Thorns bow build. GGG ought to introduce a unique that's like god tier for such a concept, since it like wouldn't work at all. I'll know what to do. I will know what to do when that time comes. Isn't there a way to convert incoming damage taken back into physical? I think that might be a PoE 2 thing. Honestly, the more I think about it, the more intriguing. As far as the league starter is concerned, the more sense it makes to go a version where you never get hit. Where you go like spell dodge, maybe. What the hell? Does that count as dying from the Merc? I guess so. I died from interfacing with the Merc. Just interfacing was enough. Ah, there was like rogue exiles nuking me at range while I was doing that, apparently. Experiment item, random blueprint drop off a monster. Still counts. That's one of the unforeseen upsides of running Huck, just in general. Like, if you randomly drop a blueprint in the map, you might still get this enchanted mod. How crazy is that? Up to 4 divines now. Random drop worth 4 divines. What? Yo, that's like half of one of the best cluster jewel drops. That's crazy how valuable heist stuff is. I wonder how it'll end up in the end. Kind of interesting. I think I'll highlight that. Now up to 3 experimental blueprints.
Check in with me when you have a moment.
Greetings. Keep your life to your own.
Ah, what a... Ah.
Map 160.
True strength comes from within.
Push the number up. 161. Be nice to get one more tier 0. Even if it's not really worth anything.
Approach, challenger.
I don't think Exiles ever spawn near that side area, Val side area. I've noticed. I keep checking it, like they might be there. I can also tell that Exiles never spawn next to the portal room where you go into the boss room. Replicas. I found like 8 replicas. Dude, if replicas had been experimental this time, I would have made so much currency off the blueprint. I'm like massively overrepresenting replica enchanted blueprints. But the weightings are dead even on them, I believe. Pandemonium Scarab. Alright. I wish I could tell, like, I'm off screening these Scarab drops. I don't know if they're coming from Exiles or not. Pandemonium 2.5. 2.5? I thought it was definitely, like, closer to 1. $2.5. Cluster from a rare. Or Delio. That last second drop. Ooh. Ooh. Map's feeling spicy.
My mana is gone.
Be a high simulacrum count. Only 85. Dude, I keep getting the stacked deck one like all the time.
Nothing good washes over its dark shore.
Oh, you gotta give me at least one more minion. 12 passive before the end.
Cast
Shaper.
yourself into oblivion.
Get out of here. That's such a dangerous spot. Ooh. If it's not stacked deck, it's a diviner card. Hey, I did grab that. Nice. You didn't see me grab it, but I did. I was really disappointed in the Delirium boss spawn rate of this. I thought they were going to spawn all the time, especially if I took the nodes for it in like Deep Delhi, but they still rarely spawn. Their cluster jewels aren't worth anything anymore either. What? Wait, one guy can drop two that must have been a broken down Rogue Exile. I've never seen that before. Two separate cluster drops off one guy. They must have just stacked up perfectly off a broken down Rogue Exile. That's wild. Fracturing Orb.
My mana is gone.
And another cluster. Dang. How many clusters drop per map again?
Nothing good washes over its dark shore.
I think I underestimated how many clusters drop per map on average. I mean, I definitely have some maps where I get 0, but I mean, it's... I have some maps I'm getting like 3 or 4. All the same.
I'm not up to that just yet.
Also makes me wonder if quantity actually at all affects that drop rate. That flat drop rate. I assume it doesn't.
Into oblivion.
What if it did? You guys think there's any way to make a good cast on crit Forbidden Right bow league starter? You think there's any way to do it?
My mana is gone.
Couldn't find blue. Did that before? Yeah. Maybe. Oh my god. Imagine I brought back Poison Tornado Shot. Experimented item. Imagine I brought back Poison Tornado Shot, but it's a cast on crit Forbidden Right build that's like super tanky. What kind of epic nonsense would that be? Oh my goodness. Oh my god. It'd be so cool though. It contains a rogue exile. Really? Oh no! Why did I do that? Cast a crit ice shot.
Hello. Till next time, shall we keep, Savior?
Is Cast on Crit Forbidden Right still a strong endgame build with the scaling that it can get? I know it has a history of being such, but maybe not now when they like buffed all the other spells and then that one didn't get any buffs, I don't think. Yeah, the Transfigured Gem scales with the S. I'm gonna have to look up some build. Every build is in-game now. The in-game is so easy. Oh, he went there. He went there. Sandro tried to take me out. This guy. Yeah, but didn't they buff Arc a ton? What skills in this game are capable of self-hitting besides Forbidden Right? Shattering Steel or something like that. Enmity Ring for self-hit? Really? Is that some new item? Oh my god, there's so many exiles here. Actual lag? Actual lag. Oh my god. Guys, I found the juice. You see all that juice? That was crazy, that juice. Don't ask me where the drops are. Just stay focused on the juice. $16.5 turbo. So that's a league start viable item, right? The enemy divine? Enemy embrace. That doesn't count as hitting you, though. That's not the same. That's not the same, right? Replicas again. Oh, it does. Really? Well, I'm thinking about making a self-chill version with that setup. Might be a little too ambitious, but imagine if you get the attack speed tinctures and you get that. No, not with that. I mean with like Winter Weave and Forbidden Right and like self-poisoning or something like that. Maybe 12 passive spell. Damn. The not so amazing cluster. Jesus, what? All those drops. Since when do bosses drop tons of items worthy of picking up? Crazy. Crazy. Wait, I just realized. Oh my god. Oh my god, I'm so retarded. I'm talking about how annoying it is to somehow blend damage reductions from heavy spell prevention with evasion. Why wouldn't I just go iron reflexes? And have huge armor. But actually, well, okay, I mean, actually that might not work so well. Because if my bark skin's at 0, then I don't get any value from the flat reduction. So I have like huge armor, but no flat reduction. Kind of defeats the purpose a little bit. Such a setup would be like useful if I had like 5 bark skin stacks or something. But, I mean, if I played a bow build, maybe that would still work. If I played a bow build. And just like didn't get hit very often. I mean, that could be good in a straight up sense without the self-hit stuff. What do you guys think about that? Bark skin plus... So I'm thinking like bark skin plus iron reflexes on an archetype that rarely gets hit, like a, you know, a bow, elemental bow build. You just normally not get hit very often. You would actually have like crazy amount of armor while having actual flat bark skin too, some of the time. I'm getting a lot of astrolabes on this. I'm gonna have some decent value there. I think I'm getting pretty lucky on those drops. Honestly, this is one of the most like kind of fun, relaxing endgame farms I've done. This would be stressful if I was on a weak character, but being on a strong character, it feels like I have some. It feels like all the gearing out of this character isn't a complete waste, because my character with this amount of gear trivializes this content pretty well, but it could be like an absolute hot mess if I had like, you know, the league start version of the build doing this strat. Well, I like massively outran the mirror, I guess.
Nothing good washes up on this dark shore.
Alright, hold on. So, if you have block, it checks block before armor or anything, right? So I could do like a block-based iron reflexes build. Is that kind of popular? Archetype? Block iron reflexes? I gotta double check to see if I block it removes the bark skin, but I don't think it does. Another asteroid? What in the world? Boat crafting is so underrated. Okay. I feel like people rate it pretty highly. Get there. Yo. Send me home. Or let me get to the next event. Fine. Insist. Shit, I'm straight up juicing this map. Hits against you are always critical strikes. Do it. I feel like that hit should have killed me. I must have evaded though. This will be fine if I have the crit resistant headhunter buff stolen indefinitely. But I'm probably gonna brick this map, actually. I have to have the crit resistant buff stolen the whole time. It is a common stolen buff, though. It appears that I do have it. I'm taking, like, no damage from anything. Wait, that's it? This is like the shortest strand ever. Oh, I see a comment from Faded. Hey, I sold my war build to play yours. Yes, got a convert. Looks like so much fun and enjoyed your Twister build on PoE2. Why, thank you, sir. Welcome aboard. I must confess that I did not put nearly as much effort into, like, making content around this build as I did the Twister build, but that's primarily because I already did the legwork on it last league, and I'm basically just recycling the same build. I did make quite a bit of content on it last league. So it might be a little hard to follow if you're trying to go off of this league's information. $100. Whoa. What filter am I using? It's called Omega Strict. Felt like I killed a lot of deep Delhi Rogue Exiles. That probably impacts the Delhi or Simulacrum Splinter drop rate. I kind of wonder how frequently Simulacrum Splinters drop off of, or how many or how reliably they drop off of Rogue Exiles. Like Rogue Exiles and 100% Delirium. One of the nice things about the changes that took place to Delirium a while back, but unique enemies still take a lot of damage. They still take like 40%. They only have like 60% DR in 100% Delhi, as opposed to, you know, magic and normal enemies, especially, that have like 90%. So unique enemies still take a fair portion of the damage in Delirium, making them a decent candidate for Delhi farming, where they used to be like ultra punishing, like practically invincible. Because I think back in the day it was like 96% damage reduction for every single monster. Even map bosses were crazy tanky back then.
Godslayer.
Greetings. Go with courage.
For the volatile vowels. I don't know. I'm let down by a tank that's not a cluster jewel. Uh-oh, we got some Soul Eater.
Approach, challenger.
How'd you drop a talisman? The beasts that drop talisman? I haven't even seen a talisman in this entire league. So conveniently, we can very conveniently get 79% suppression prevention. I kind of feel like the strat might be to actually use that weird mastery with the 1% suppress if you've suppressed recently, because if you're getting hit by something like that, like a laser beam, and the first few hits of it are gonna do like almost no damage anyway, because you're gonna have the bark skin up, but then the bark skin's down. Well, okay, this assumes that you're not playing a self-inflicting version of the build, I guess. Yeah, I kind of feel like if you're actually going for 100% prevention, you need to be using a self-inflicting like thing to make sure it's up 100% of the time, basically. Oh, could it be? Could it be? No, it's replica again. Again? Why does I keep rolling replica every time, man? What the heck? What the heck, dude? Putting in the last 20. Still got 21 to do though. Yeah, I'm really excited about that tech though, one way or another. Either like super high evasion with something like flicker strike block crazy high evasion spell dodge setup or something like that, or maybe even like frost blades, or maybe like possibly even like bow build with that block quiver and stuff like that. The granite flask, unique granite flask, maybe. Or some sort of cast uncrypt self-attacking or self-hitting build that actually does try to push prevention all the way. To me, it sounds a little too inconvenient to try and push 100% spell suppression at League start. It looks like it's not going to be easy enough. I think you could get up to around 80 to 90 fairly easily, but we got Hinocor's Sight. You got the 70 plus Hinocor's Sight plus the Mastery. $90 is enough. Yeah, but even 90 is not that convenient. Hinocor's Sight or a Redeemer Amulet is easy enough. But that's still only 80. That plus Mastery. That's why I'm super bummed about, like, the Mastery not working with self-inflicting hits. Oh, I wish it did so bad.
You are going to land on
That's 70% res? I mean, it does seem like it's a lot easier to get to like 90% suppress prevention than it is to go 90% all res, right? But 90% all res is better. Well, it's better and worse. It's worse. It's better against Fizz taken as attacks damage, but it's worse against. Obviously, it's way worse against physical spells, which is like all of Delirium, basically. All of Delirium is physical spell bullshit, you know, and a lot of spells are physical damage, not elemental. They just completely negate all that stuff. Basically removing all needs to prioritize like Fizz taken as. 8 passive cold. Okay, that's like the lowest tier Tink cluster on the list. Containment Scarab. The boss? Who said this game doesn't drop loot? I'm seeing loot everywhere. 8 chaos invested per map, guys. What is this?
Approach, challenger.
What I like about this build, actually, aiming actually gives me something to do. It's just enough to keep me awake. I have something to do. I have to actually aim a little bit. In the mini game. The game in the game. It's like the first time in forever that the bosses didn't drop anything on my filter. Ichiro, my profit per hour is somewhere around 30, I think. It might be a little less because I haven't gotten very good drops in the back half, but it was 30. It was between 30 and 35 on the first 100. I think I am doing the back 100 faster, but not by much.
As a traitor and a tyrant.
Boosted buff is so crazy for this build. It's like the AoE ghost buff. What? Oh hey Ang-G, start doing maps today. So you could farm, start making currency. I mean, there's typical league start farms. A lot of them are still good. I mean, I always just default back to Exarch altars, especially after a while, after the league is kicked in real good, because invariably the Grand Ember rewards end up being worth a freaking ton again, and a lot of that currency starts to return back up in value. But I don't know, you may not like that. I never think too much about that. What do you guys think? Probably like low investment harvest would be a lot. A cluster strat. This one, this is too hard on a league starter. Or are you not like actually on a league starter gear wise? Yeah, this strat is not for league start. Wait, is this Wildwood actually working right now? Got later than I thought. $9 p.m. Still haven't had dinner. I'm gonna push through though. 15 maps left. We'll get out of here pretty quick after that. I don't think I just have to look at the blueprints is all.
You fabricated your entire memory.
I'm not up to that just
Of
yet.
course I didn't take basic. 30% chance to dupe currency.
My mana is gone.
But no, I have to go for 4 random ambush scarabs. Oh, shit. Imagine there was a way to dupe cluster drops. You have a chance to dupe jewels. Ooh, that'd be sick. Imagine duping a 12 passive minion cluster. Oh. So, have a lot of streamers quit playing the league already? I'm still supposed to get another tier 0 too. Why quit playing? Oh, you know, state of loot, blah blah, etc., etc.
Hello. Farewell.
When is the next PoE2 econ reset, I wonder? God, another wildwood. Got a lot of wildwoods today. On a strat when I don't really care about finding them. And getting a lot of blue as well. Oh my lord. Damn, that's certified juicer. Imagine I land the sentinel on this too.
My mana is gone.
Seems like a really easy map. Alright, here we go. Holy! Ooh! Where's the loot? I juiced it so hard. Where's the... Oh. I'll shut up now. I can't believe I just dropped Calando's Touch and Mageblade in the same map? Wow. What strat are you doing, huh? You're obviously beckoning me to ask you about the strategy, so go ahead, tell us what it is. Maybe something to do with mercenaries? Mm. 5k purple, 1k yellow. Ooh, okay. Hey, at least that was an unpredictable response. Fresh, bro. That's fresh strat. Bolto, dude, where have you been? Oh my god, I haven't seen you in ages. Like you done just left the face of the earth. I'm good. I'm doing good. Finishing up a 200 map farming session. As you can see. Oh, Merc Scarab drops. Merc Scarab drop alert. Allegedly. Well, actually, the regular Merc Scarab's not on my filter. Let me get that one. Of infamy. Oh, you came back for the league? Cool. What build are you playing? Totem support? No quality though. Still worth 14. Huh. Wow.
Stupid dog, you are chasing your own tail.
Dang, I hadn't died in a long time. I had 3 bars of XP at that point. Wow. Oh, nice. Nice, dude. Bossing, huh? Like actual bossing? Yeah, everybody was thinking it was going to be amazing for mappers. There really is something to the idea of like, see what everybody else is doing and then do the other thing. Like worst case scenario, it's going to be at least decent because you're going to be doing like off meta strategies, even if those strategies aren't as lucrative as normal. Because, you know, the brand new Legion and Abyss rework is going to be amazeballs. And then especially if everyone's planning to do that and they turn out to be bad, oh my god. Get fucked. That's exactly what happened. Red Vial's another damnation. Oh, this guy. How many maps total? Less than 1,000? Right? Probably like less than 700. So he got 6 now?
True strength comes from within.
Imagine we still had the Curation Scarab. Running Delirium Exiles wanted to break from bossing. Well, it's not as fast as your, but it still works really well there. Well, that's good. I didn't expect to hear you say you're running this strat. I think there's actually a lot of people who are like under the table, low-key running this strat. You're lucky I hadn't put out the video on it yet. Took longer than usual. Got that extra exclusivity.
Greetings. Keep your life to your own.
Nothing good washes up on this dark shore. They're getting closer. They will find and they will destroy.
You're either a client, doesn't matter how they say. Come back when you're
Well, passive minions. Did it? I got one more before the end. Yo. I was saying I need one more. Oh, I need one more for it to be fair. Gotta get 2 and 200 maps, no less. We did it. This is like the last 6 maps or something. Nice. Shape. Loot so bad, can't make a video on what works because not a lot of other options compared to good leagues with a lot of strats. Oh, like, cause I'm afraid. Well, I mean, I'm never like that. I don't hold a strat hostage. Let me just say this: if I were to ever be some, if you think I ever hold a strat hostage, if I'm doing that, you are not seeing it, okay?
Nothing good washes up on
I could be holding a hostage from my own stream. Because the second my own stream sees it, it's gonna like affect the market anyway, like whether I make the YouTube video or not. Roo, hey man. Hey roo. Sacred energy. Dark gift. Wait, what? Refill. Where is this kind of RNG when I actually care about it in the wild? What in the world? What in the world? I'm just like speed running this straight to victory. And worst colors ever. Oh my god. Jesus. Well, you know, I got Dark Gift on top of purple here, farming Rogue Exiles, so... Fuck, I'm not even taking Cartographer, I'm taking Quant Rarity for this. Oh yeah, I forgot about this. We get the level gems. I did level these all the way. All the way to the end. Basically started at 0. Wow, that's interesting. I did just enough maps to full level that. This is so OP, dude. I don't think I've ever had Sacred Energy and Dark Gift at the same time. Like, ever, actually. Like, literally never happened. And now I'm gonna get the Ghosted buff, too? What in the hell? And it's not even a map where buffs expire faster, because it could have been like that. Well, at least we get like one outrageously overpowered map. Oh, dude, that's funny. I think if I post this highlight to the YouTube, this is the one people are going to respond to the most. They're going to lament it with me. I'm definitely going to put that on the highlight reel. That's so funny.
Hello, farewell.
Yeah, that's pretty funny, dude. Alright. Well, I've been doing this for my other strats. I should count it, because... Level... Should be leveling your gems. They cost almost nothing to start. Actually, I think Empowers is smarter. I don't know, it's just a few div. Six clusters and 200 maps only. 6 high tier clusters. Yeah. I've not dropped 6 clusters. I've dropped like tons of clusters. We'll have to count the total in a bit. Oh, I do have to actually set aside and count them, don't I? Damn. 12 passive minion, 2. Forgot to add that on.
Nothing good washes up on this dark.
What do you think people would be most interested in playing? A nearly immortal league as a sort of like super tanky league starter, just some kind of like some kind of melee build, or like a bow build. Because the problem with the bow build is that I can't, before getting Forbidden Flame Flesh, I can't get both Barkskin and all 3 Tincture Ascendancy points. I feel like I'm seeing like 1 meat, leather, or heavy belt per minute. That's pretty good, man. I'm gonna go ahead and get the bathroom break out of the way. So, BRB. We're almost done with this. I think we got like 4 maps left or something. Okay. I'm back. It's time to wind this down. Yep, indeed. I had 4 maps left.
Greetings. Farewell.
Are originator maps worth anything right now? Oh, timer, thank you. Holy shit. I told myself not to forget that, too. You got me covered. Whew. Oh, 7C? I should probably count them then. Not nothing. Maybe a couple divines, maybe. I actually don't know how many of those I have. Oh yeah, Nightmare Map might count for... Actually, I think Nightmare Maps will still register like close to 20-something. It'd be interesting to see the Scarab values of the run. Scarab drops weren't terrible in this session, for sure. I think it's going to be an interesting, like, eclectic breakdown. Everything's going to be pretty similar. We'll have definitely gotten a ton of simulacrums, too. They're registered under fragments, I guess. The astrolabes are going to show up on the radar. Definitely did not get almost anything from div cards beyond the reliable fortunate drops. I took a lot of these div card options this time, but I mean that's actually pretty normal. It's the most efficient league starter in PoE 2. I mean, top 100 maps. Blast to be ahead of everybody else. I would say Elemental hit the Spectrum Warden. You like Deadeye into Warden. Because with Warden you can like jump into Nightmare boss rushing the fortress like immediately in day one. You can do it if you're that fast. Warden, the Ascendancy Warden. So it starts as Rain of Arrows or Lightning Arrow Deadeye. They eventually get Elemental Hit Spectrum while in the campaign or early maps. Then you switch to Warden at some point during Atlas progression. Early or late. And then you can just jump into Nightmare map farming as early as, like, I don't know, 10 hours into the league. If you want. If you're able to do like a 4-hour Act 10, and you don't even need your Void Stones, you don't even need to complete the Atlas, and just like bum rush to the top right corner. Maybe do Eater and Exarch only. Darker Half, nice. Not a Tink anymore, huh? Oh, I'm sorry, it's a PoE 2. Last map magic. Last map magic. Okay, PoE 2. Obviously, I'm gonna say Twister, since it went down on record that Twister was the fastest leveling build in the game, currently on record, which may or may not be true, really, but certainly one of the best. Imagine we get one more big cluster, guys. Just one more of that sweet, sweet dopamine nectar. Hit me with it. Hit me. Or experimental blueprint. I'll take anything on the last map. I can go out with a bang. I did spawn the extra blueprint, didn't I? Damn, that guy got giga off-screened. What? 2 separate mirror drops. I don't know. Try me. Just reaching into the grab bag. Oh, the manifestation grab bag. Alas, all I got was this deceptive t-shirt. Okay. Oh, well. Considering the investment cost of 8C, I made a ton of currency on that map. In 1 minute and a half, so can't complain.
Greetings. Farewell.
They didn't even get lucky and still made a ton of currency on that map. Good lord, dude. Alright. We're done. Non-83 clusters. I'm gonna put these in another dump tab. Now what I'm doing here is I'm counting the iLevel 84 plus clusters. The big data point. Honestly, a really big data point, because I believe the strat I just showed you guys is probably the best, or sorry, I shouldn't say best, the most efficient way to farm iLevel 84 clusters in a shorter period of time as possible, especially when you factor in investment costs. But even if you don't factor in investment costs, I would say it's probably still true. Path of clusters. Oh, I did not get one cluster per map. I definitely did not. I have more than one every other map. I got 2 clusters every 3 maps by the looks of it here. Approximately here. So this is... Can't do math. 6 times 24 plus 8. 152 clusters.
We'll make it happen.
I'll go ahead and get this out of the way. Alright everyone, the farm is now finished. All 200 maps. In one day, I have the dump tabs set up for you, and it's kind of important to show you this. You can see there's a lot of spaces missing. That's because we've removed all the item level 84 plus clusters, but there are still some level 83 clusters that are just naturally worth something, especially things like 8 passive cold. I mean, mostly 8 passive larges are about the only thing you're going to see here. And then we'll see if I type 83 cluster, nothing shows up here, right? And then we can see, you know, a few other things. A few uniques. Honestly, I was kind of impressed with the uniques drop. Got 1 tier 0. But yeah, we'll see the breakdown in a moment. Here's what I want to draw your attention to is dump tab C. 152 clusters of level 84 plus were looted. These were derived exclusively from enemies, either magic, rare, or unique. Probably 98% of them from unique enemies. Maybe 95%. And so all of these are, you know, either valuable or not, depending on what they are. None of the mediums are, I don't think. Well, maybe chaos damage over time medium is. I'll have to double check that. But one of the interesting things you can do here is you can 5-to-1 these. So I'm going to do this in a minute here, but I'll just kind of show you. Let's take, for example, a few of these that I know for a fact aren't worth anything. Some that are not 8 or 12 passives. They need to be all rare. And then you can turn around and sell all these at once to a vendor, get a random item, and voila, you get an 8 passive attack. But it could have been better. Is this worth anything? No, it's not worth anything, so I would just throw it back in and do it again. You probably wouldn't really want to do this for anything other than the larges now, and you wouldn't necessarily want to do it at all. I'm going to do it because I picked them all up, and they're just there, so it's kind of convenient. And I'll count, if we convert anything over, we'll count it. I'll do the smalls and larges. It'll only take an extra second or two to get that done. We finished this farm in a little under 6.5 hours. And yeah, we'll get that done, and then we'll go to the breakdown of everything that was looted, and we'll see how much currency was made and all that. So I gotta be kind of careful here by 3-to-1-ing. I'm gonna have to check this kind of carefully. Well, there's 47 divines worth of stuff in Dumb Tab C right now, so. Oh, there are some mediums that are actually worth something. Wow. Crazy. Oh, how does that not show up? What? Oh, my loot filter didn't actually pick up 6s. Okay, so I wasn't actually picking up every single one. Oh, damn. Okay, my filter picked up literally every cluster except 6 passive mediums. Okay, so we're probably missing like 5 clusters or something. Maybe more. Could be more. Damn. Obviously, these are never worth anything. Neither of these. Neither of these, unless it's minion. I don't think I have an 11 minion, actually.
The Mary Leaning.
Oh.
Good luck to you.
Survey says 12 passive attack. 12 passive attack while dual wielding. 9, 8 fire. 8 fires something, I think. Yeah, like 20.
Business.
Attack while dual wielding? Yeah, that actually is worth a little bit. Wasn't that one like 12 divines last league or something at one point?
Onward.
8 two-handed. Also 20. Watching pro plays for a little bit, he said someone has dropped 12 mirrors already. Do you know who he is talking about? No. I do not. Sounds kind of wild. What? What you say? Why is 12 passive elemental not worth anything? 12 passive wand.
The Mary Leaning.
Worth nothing.
Return soon. Yes.
Oof. Eight passive attack? Nope. Oh, it was 12 passive claws that was crazy valuable last time. That's right. Huh. A passive while holding a shield is good, right? Oh yeah, that was 40. Ooh, damn. A passive chaos should be good. 20. A passive shield is actually big, kind of, for being 8 passive.
Ah, what are we? Ah, our fortunes grow.
Alright, one more chance for a 12 passive minion on a 5-to-1. Oh, 12 passive bows. Well, at least it's did upgrade to something valuable. 20. Alright, it just can't be... I guess like armor and reservation. Oh, block. Block. Uh. Two passive reservation. Oh, good. Three passive, nothing except reservation. Oh wait, didn't I forget? Isn't there a cluster jewel, a small cluster jewel mod on these, like this right here? I think there's a small cluster mod on the suppressed cluster that gives you extra prevention. Right? Isn't that? Actually, let's double check that. No, I guess not. Just chance to suppress.
Ah, what?
Anyway. Go for the bonus reservation efficiency cluster. Uh-oh.
Return soon.
Hello.
12 armor. 2 evasion. You should pass chaos block. Oh my god, I hit nothing. I hit nothing. Alright, one more for good measure. Huh.
More wealth is always a good thing.
Nah. Okay. That's all of that. Then we have blueprints. Dude, I found a full reveal experimental. Bro, that's 5 divines. Oh my god. I've never found one of those before. It's only 3/3, but dang, dude. I mean, the 4 divines. It's only 1 extra divine. It's crazy though. My goodness. That's actually only worth about half a divine. So 1 div there. A 12 plus 17 div here, but 17 divines and 4 blueprints. What are the replica ones worth? Replica's still like a normal price point. I can just count the blueprints here. Or wait, I gotta check full reveals. Is it like 60 or 70? $100? Oh, wow. What the heck, dude? Alright, well, that's 100 each. 100. Oh, we just gotta do the math here. 900 plus 420 divided by 180 plus 17. An extra 24 divine orbs in value through blueprints. Wait, no, that's not even counting everything. No. Sorry, these still count as a normal. These are worth like 8 C apiece. 1, 2, 3, 4. I can't even count these properly without doing this. So blueprints won't even show up because the reason why I have to do this for these is because the application, especially in Wealthy Exile, can't differentiate between garbage enchants and no enchants. So blueprints don't even show up on the filter, right? Alright, this is 50. Because, like, a random Thief's Trinket blueprint is worth, like, you probably won't even sell it for 1 chaos. But everything else will sell. Well, sorry, there's one other that doesn't sell. What's the other one that doesn't sell? Thief's Trinkets and something else. I forget. Alright, 60. Alright, we'll just call it 120. That's basically 120 blueprints. A little bit more. Is this build possible to play SSF? Yeah, you can do SSF. You need to chance a Fury Valve and a Heat Shiver. That's about it. We got Kishara. What are the valuable ones? I can't remember what they are. The Kishara anchor fields or something. I'm only gonna look for the really expensive ones. Is it clam infested? Yeah. I think there's one more. Almost there, guys. Well, you're never gonna believe what my currency per hour was. You're never gonna believe it. Hint, it's the same number as every time. This is literally like the same exact number every time. In the end, I made 33 divines per hour. It's always that number. Why is it always that number? This is bizarre. Oh well. And here we are. This is the breakdown. So, let's start from the top. Here's something that's interesting. Look how varied everything is. On the very top is Cluster Jewels. Hey, it is. In fact, in I Level 84 Cluster Jewel Farm. So Cluster Jewels were number 1 on the list. I'm kind of happy about that. 46 divines worth there. I did not adjust anything in particular for that. Then we have Scarabs. So we did focus a little bit on Scarabs. Scarabs came out maybe a little higher than I expected. I think it was a good idea going for the 200%. Increase Scarabs off unique enemies. Currency falling right there in a similar spot. 13 raw div, you can see. Delirium Orbs, we knew that was going to be big. Fragments, it's mostly simulacrums. I got 60 simulacrums there. We got a lot of these astrolabes, okay, because I didn't use any, so we got a lot of them back. A lot on like the maps and stuff. That's mostly nightmare maps, as you can see. I did not count, I kind of forgot to count originator maps worth anything. Div cards is primarily fortunates. We did get an enlightened support and a couple other random gems. That's about it. You see blueprints are way down below. We had to make a manual adjustment on there that I added an extra 29.6 div, making that actually right there tied next to Scarabs and currency. That's because we had to add something, what was it, like 17 divine orbs for experimentals. One of them being fully revealed. We had a couple of currency and scarab ones. We had like 120 regular ones, which don't get registered because it's reading into like Thief's Trinket enchanted ones, which it's an improper reading. The app can't detect it, so the blueprints will always be worth more than what it shows up here, so I have to actually calculate those manually, and it's a big part of this farm actually, as you can see. Let's scroll down here on the very top. You can see minion 12 passive, eye level 84 cluster 20 div worth, because there's 2 of those, then simulacrum, then the 3 passive reservation, 13 raw divines, then maps, Valdo box, delirium orbs, and you can see it looks very mixed, doesn't it? Looks very mixed. Spell passives. Some of these numbers may look different to you depending on whether they're fractured or not. I think this app does a really good job differentiating between fractured, like failed fracture clusters, and not. Clearly it does a good job with that. And yeah, there's, we just scroll all the way down, and it's what a cool mixture of items of value. Really, really cool. Probably the best thing about this entire farm is just the sheer diversity of loot that you're going for. Over on the right hand side, you'll see I got listed here the bonus for blueprints. That was the only thing I adjusted. I guess I need to change this label. This label is not right at all, actually. This is for a different farm. Maybe next time farm. This was 200 maps of eye level 84 cluster exile strand edition. The investment numbers, all the numbers here are correct though. 8.9 divine investment. That's 8 chaos per map out of 200 maps. Gross 223.6. That's this number up here. 194 plus 29.6. Net profit 214.7. That's a profit of a little more than 1 divine per map, which, guys, I don't know what to say. It seems like every time I do this, if you watch this on stream, you've seen me do several of these sessions already. It's bewildering how my numbers almost always come out to 33 divines per hour and 1.1 divines per map. It seems like no matter what farm I do, whether it's boss rushing, whether it's something a little juicier, whether it's, beyond boss focus, whether it's shrine blasting, whether it's this strategy, whether it's this strat plus nightmare boss rushing, 33 divines per hour. It seems like what I always hit. It's very close to what I hit on practice sessions, and it's what I hit this time. So, I mean, I'm happy that it came out reflecting what I normally see behind the scenes. And so we did one for the record with a huge sample size and without any real outlier loot, no headhunter, no, insane cat card, nothing crazy like that. And that's a number. That's pretty crazy. Yo, best comment ever for the final thoughts. Does that mean GGG has balanced the end game well? Yes, it's true. I mean, statistically speaking, it's true based on my own data. It just doesn't matter what I do. It got like 33 different hours. No, I know a lot of people are complaining about the state of loot. Most of the loot I got is not categorized as raw loot. You guys might notice. Even like divine orbs off of Rogue Exiles is quite often from the chance for Rogue Exile to drop a basic currency, because it's like built into the strategy on the Atlas. You see there's small Atlas points where Rogue Exiles quite often drop basic currency, plus they'll have like tile set rewards on top of them. And then the cluster jewel, that's not a raw loot, that's a flat 2% chance, a deterministic loot, but that's the kind of farm this is. You chase that sort of thing. And then we got the blueprints, we got so many different things that add up. And honestly, it's my favorite thing about the farm is the more I play this game, the more I really like farms that have a very diverse selection of loot that you're going for. Even if you're not going for some crazy jackpot, but especially if that's involved, I really like these kind of farms where when I break things down, I see like a mixture of all kinds of different things of value. Some of it is highly consistent, meaning even if I have terrible RNG, I'm still making good currency. And some of it is like super high jackpot oriented, in which case this is those, 12 passive minion clusters, 3 passive reservation, very jackpot oriented, It always makes me feel good about a farm because I know I'm going to walk away with a bunch of currency and I'm going to potentially have a major dopamine hit anyway. And kind of, you know, have my cake and eat it too, so to speak. I guess I'm not like super driven on the pure 100% raw loot side of things. It's a fun way to farm as well, but that's not really what this farm is. But what it is, it's kind of a new farm. I mean, I'd never heard of anybody doing this specific combination of things, and I'm really happy that it turned out this way. I think between the Beyond boss rushing nightmare map strat and this strat here, there's a couple of strats that I did this league that are kind of similar to strats I've done in the past, but truly are of their own ilk. Okay, there's something about them that makes them really different than anything I'd ever done before. And both of them were highly viable. Both of them clocked in over 30 div an hour, regardless of what I was doing. Granted, on a pretty strong character, fast character. And so I'm really happy about that. And I hope you guys are able to take away a brand new farm that you've never done before. As many people in chat are already saying they're doing this strat, and they're having a lot of fun with it. Especially in this environment where it seems like so many strats have been taken away. It's nice to have another one that maybe never played before. A lot of people who love Strand Delhi map farming will probably like this, especially as a slightly different variation of that. Did you say 8C per map cost or 80? No, 8. Because it's an 8 mod corrupted map, that's 4 chaos, plus 5 scarabs, each of which costs at most 1C apiece, but average cost is definitely less than 1C. Like most of the scarabs, you get 3 scarabs for 2 chaos or something like that, especially if you sit on it in the currency exchange. Triple anarchy, anarchy partnership, anarchy gigantification. At least when I got the materials. That might change a little bit, but I don't think it'll change a lot. Alright guys, we're going to leave it there. That's all I got to say on this. Let me know what you think in the description below. Is this a farm you would be interested in doing? Is this a league you're still interested in playing? I know that's a little bit up in the air too for a lot of you, but I'm going to keep playing at least a little while longer. I think it's probably high time I start talking about crafting and or build update. A lot of you asking me about the build. You get to see it in action here. This in-game roughly 2,000 divine orbs invested Eyeshot penetration build is really something. It's quite strong. I'm using Barkskin now for the first time. I've never talked about it formally on YouTube. It is granting me quite a bit of extra survivability in a world where I'm usually not wanting for more damage all that much. I'm kind of wanting for an efficient way to get more defense, and this is really great. Triple ascendancy points for the Warden on tinctures, and then double ascendancy points for Barkskin. It's a really nice variation of the build, and I'm glad I went with this build again and was able to tailor it a little bit differently and have a slightly different experience this time around. So if you're expecting any videos in the future, in the immediate future, that's probably what video is going to be, something along those lines. Something to do with the build, I think. Other than that, any suggestions appreciated. Let me know how you guys feel about the strat, how the build is going, and your overall opinion of the league is welcome, of course. Thank you for watching. We'll see you next time. Close video. All right. I think that's good. I know this is like the 3rd time I've posted a video that maybe I'll actually post this one to YouTube. I think I will. I feel pretty good about this one. I'm happy that I actually tracked the clusters so people have a sense of how many clusters drop. And we got highly regulated results on a 200 map sample size. Extremely normal, typical loot drops with no outlier. Feels okay, man.
What are we shipping today?
Feels okay.
I'll put the word out.
No idea what I'm gonna do with that currency. Oh yeah, I'm saving up for a Culling Strike Headhunter, aren't I? Right. Well, guys, it's time to raid somebody. I'm not going to raid Red Vials or Milky BK this time because we just did that recently. Get Palster on a raid, though. It's been a hot minute. Oh, I forgot to give honorable mention to the 2 Sacred Orbs I dropped. Oh, well, people see that, I guess. Hope you guys enjoyed the stream. Almost 8 hours today. It's longer than normal. I will not be on tomorrow. Guaranteed I'm not going to be on tomorrow. Because yeah, I'm going to post a video tomorrow. Get all that edited out and maybe record another one while we're at it. Also working. Hopefully be on the day after, though. Hopefully. Otherwise, see you guys in the Discord. And so you got, you know, about 12 hours or so probably until this video hits the internet. I don't know if it's going to affect the market on anything. I'd kind of doubt it. If it does, it'll affect the market on like Deli Orbs and all that stuff. Cluster Jewels. We'll see. So yeah, enjoy the farm while it lasts. I think it's one that's here to stay decently well. Alright, we're off to see Palstron on YouTube. We'll see you next time. And yeah, you guys take care. Have a good one.